What's up, fam? There he is.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, Kyle? We live.
I see that.
Okay. Just want to make sure you knew I turned it on before you start talking shit about Drizzy.
Is John going to be here?
Said he would. Bugsy said he'd be here in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're both supposed to be here. I've got a deal of the night. There's only 10 people in here, but I got a deal of the night. For those of you who watched my last vertical live stream from the shop, and you watched me cuss that kitchen knife that I spent way more time than I should have trying to make it what I wanted it to be. I never did. I cleaned it up. I spent a little more time today, and I cleaned it up. I don't know if the light is going to show it, but can you see the hollow right there, Kyle?
Yeah.
It's not pretty.
No.
Is it a awesome functioning kitchen knife? Sure. It's not refined to the point that I wanted to, but I'm literally at wit's end with this thing. If somebody wants me to put handles on it and ship it to them and then have a great kitchen knife that's not aesthetically perfect, $100 is theirs. I haven't put handles on it yet because I was hoping to ask, what they may want. But it does have that hollow in the middle to release food. It's just not. This one just didn't turn out as pretty as I wanted it to. So, whoever wants this kitchen knife, it's yours. Well, apparently Terry claimed it already. So that's that. So I'll get you some handles on it, Terry.
Well, I don't. When John and those guys get here, I think I'm gonna bounce. I'm still not feeling great.
Oh, are you not? I appreciate you jumping on, dude. I was already staring at the screen, not knowing what the hell to say. The headache ain't got no better.
Headache, and I just feel. I don't know if I'm getting a cold or something. I don't know. My equilibrium's a little bit off. I just feel kind of eh.
I got you. Well, I've got some bad gas pains. I've already released a good bit of gas thinking it would go away. And it's not yet. So I'm not exactly chipper at the moment either.
Yeah.
Got a pretty sharp pain in my stomach. So,
yeah.
I may have to jump up and run for a couple minutes, but yeah.
I figured I'd pop on and hang out with you guys for a little bit.
I got you. I got a little bit of stuff to show. I showed some of it on Doug's. I bought some clips for my Kydex. These are for local customers. And I'm going to be honest, I'm not happy with them. But,
Shane, how much did you say on that kitchen knife?
Oh, it was $100. But Terry, we'll work it out. I don't really need the money. I just hated it going to waste. And I wasn't going to put it out there as a full price knife. So I got these Kydex shoes, and I bought these clips, honestly, off Amazon. They're probably made in China. And they don't tighten down very good. I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and deliver them. In my opinion, I think they'd be better off if they just bought the little leather straps to carry these Scout carry. But I only bought 10 of them, so you live and you learn. I don't like those clips. I got mirror salts cleaned up. I got the hole cleaned out, Kyle. And I hit it a few more times on the finishing belts. I really like this handle material. However, this handle material is from Valley Composites, which means it's no doubt not U.S. made. But that's what he wanted, so that's what I put on it. But I think it looks pretty damn good.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Ryan?
Y'all doing all right?
We're hanging in there, man. Kyle's not feeling so great. So.
Yeah, that's fine. I hopped on so he can go on, take off, and I'll hang out till everybody gets here. I can't stay on long myself.
I
That's
got
all right, buddy. I appreciate it. I'm just replying to an email real quick. I just got your email or your email memo.
Terry, that may work because the first time I bought clips for Codex, and I bought the first thing that popped up on Amazon, and they're not great. So yeah, send me that link when you get a chance. But, yeah, I didn't get a whole lot done today. Well, while you're here, Kyle, we'll talk about. I'm still very perplexed by this Hanson and Son G-Carta. Like, it doesn't matter how much I sand it; it just looks dull. It just always looks dull, and it looks very fibrous. I mean, I understand for an outdoors knife, it'd be great, probably because it probably has good traction. But man, I just can't figure out how to make it pop. So this is going to go to Kyle. He's going to play with it for a while, see if he can make it a little prettier. But that's that Trizac finishing belt on the spine, Kyle.
Yeah.
So can you not put like a in a pot, like a
Probably. I talked to Joe Isabella today, and he had sent me some UV epoxy, and that's exactly what he sent it for. I didn't know that till today, but he said he just dips it, lifts it out, lets it drip off, leaves it in the sun. The longer and brighter sun it can be, and the harder it gets, and it'll put a shiny finish on it.
right.
But
And then you just polish the epoxy, and
right.
you get your smoothness on
I'm
that.
hoping so, man, because I mean it's a good product. It's extremely tough, guys. This shit is tough. It's hard to drill. But I'm just not happy. I guess because typically when I make the thugs, I use all that bright, colorful handle material. I ain't cleaned this blade up. I'm sorry, but so this just being all dull and flat looking, it's just not making me happy. What's up, Bugsy?
What's going on, guys?
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah, you
think.
being used to seeing all the colors and stuff like that probably makes that look more dull to you than anybody else.
Yeah,
too, anyway.
Even comparing it to, especially comparing it to the Ellis Industrial.
I like it.
All right, guys. I'll catch you in the chat.
Later, Kyle. Good feeling better, bud.
Later.
But yeah, compared to this, it just doesn't have that pop. I love the randomness of how the mesh like disappears up here towards the spine.
Yeah.
I've even done some where I squished it in places, to make it not uniform. I think it works out really good. And unless I see you before Blade Show, I'm just going to deliver this to you at Blade Show if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, I'm not. Well, I may still, but I'm sending it to Kyle for him to sharpen it, and we got to get you a sheath for it. So, yeah, that's
sweet. Cool. Dude, that edge he put on my Mannix is nasty.
Yeah.
What up, John?
What up, Ron? I don't recognize you with your hair, dude. I think
Yeah.
I've always seen you with the hat.
Yeah.
You feeling
Well, I
sick?
wasn't planning on getting on. I was actually about to go to bed, and then I heard Kyle saying he didn't feel good. So,
Oh, is Kyle not feeling good?
No, I'm exhausted.
Ryan, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No, it ain't a big deal.
Did you see Five Doors comment about that Joe Wolf?
No.
He's like, that's a perfect promotion item. When I see that, I think Ellis Industrial.
I did too. When you showed it to me, I was like, man, you did the colors perfect.
Yeah.
I like it.
Paul Mills, what's up, brother?
I wanted to send you pictures of it when I poured it. But I thought, no, I'm going to wait till they're finished and then send it. Because I'm bad to put stuff out there. Like Mirasalt's kitchen knife, I took a picture of it 10 minutes before it was done. There was some epoxy in the hanging hole. And Kyle called me and told me how shitty it looked. Told me to take it down, so I did. But anyway,
I tell you what, good, brutally honest friends are priceless.
Yeah, you're right.
They'll keep you out of some shit,
right.
And they'll get you in some shit too.
Yeah, he was 100% correct. Where'd Bugsy go?
Bugsy, I think, bounced. I think I ran everybody off. There's Bugsy.
Oh, he may have left because when you joined, you may have killed his audio.
Paul, this is what
I was about to say he wasn't saying anything, so I think there he is.
This is M390. This is a nicer knife.
Yeah, but
What's up, Bugsy?
Yeah, I
Oh,
lost
so
audio when Kyle bounced, so I just came back quick. What's up, Javon?
do you mean to have your screen black because we can't see you?
I'm just outside right now.
Okay, I mean, if you do, that's fine. I just want to make sure you meant to.
Yeah, I mean, you can probably see like cigarette.
We
Yeah,
could see
there
the
you go.
cherry burning.
Yeah. I'm glad I'm not addicted and I don't habitually smoke anymore. But I still love to smoke a cigarette every now and then, man. It's so relaxing, and
I love to stand by somebody smoking one.
Yeah, me too.
I like the way they smell. I haven't had
I
a
like
cigarette
nicotine.
in
If I
30
don't
years.
have nicotine, I get fucking sick. Like
Yeah.
I'll catch a cold or something. If I
Yeah,
don't have nicotine, if I
nicotine-
smoke, I will not be sick forever.
Nicotine's a
Yeah,
powerful drug.
quitting smoking was the hardest thing I did. I've quit smoking and drinking. I've had to. I almost got addicted to pain pills, but quitting smoking was the.
Well, them pain pills sneak up on you, don't they?
They
They
do.
do. I was
I-
I,
smoking
I,
for 13 years.
I was
It's
like
fine
I was never
11.
taking them recreationally ever.
Right.
And I woke up one day. Well, I started thinking, okay, like I'm not going to take one unless I need one.
Right.
And the days that I
You should
didn't take one, I
imagine.
felt like I had the flu.
Yeah.
And that was when I was like, okay, even if I need one, I'm not taking one. Like it got a hold of me. Like it took me a couple of weeks to get over that.
Yeah. Well,
It was hard.
John helped me get over it one day. Like I was at John's house in a severe amount of pain because I had forgotten my pain pill. I was always horrible. I never planned ahead. I was always scared to have one in my pocket. You know, the wrong cop.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you have the bottle and the prescription with you. If you've got all of them, they think you're taking them to sell them. If you've got one, then you're not supposed to have. There's no clear law about how you're supposed to transport it. So I never took any with me, and I got up to Huntsville. I didn't think I was going to drive. Like the thoughts of touching the steering wheel, I didn't know what to do. And John let me try something else that's completely herbal,
Yeah.
safe if you use it right. I know, you're hearing about people being strung out on it, but they're being strung out on a synthesized version of kratom.
And they're going to also have other stuff in their system. There's so much bad bad press going around about that herb. I can tell you, I was a recreational. Y'all have heard my story. I was eating a Hinderer every day and a half. I was eating about 13. I had 2 people that were supplying me that were like Shane that went to a pain doctor. So I wasn't having
That's a
to
lot
get
of
them off the
titanium.
street. But I was addicted for 13 years. And when I quit without going to rehab. My family thought I had the flu for 30 days. I was violently sick. And then for 90 days, I didn't get a night's sleep because I had restless leg syndrome so bad. It took me about 11 to 12 months before I felt human again. I'll never go back just because I don't see how people go back after having to go through such a shitty time if you get off of it.
Yeah. Hey, this is completely off the subject, but I just found out tonight that they have preemptively done the deal on the Modern Warfare movie or Call of Duty movie. It won't be out till 2028. All of us Call of Duty fans have been waiting on this for over a decade. And the thing is, though, we think they're going to scrap the whole universe and rewrite it for this upcoming movie so that it kicks off the next 10 years worth of video games. But if they do stick to the normal storyline, and I know most of you guys played Call of Duty, right? There's only one person on the planet. Everybody's saying that the guy that voices Captain Price should play him, but he don't look the part.
Terry, there is.
One person on the planet that should play Captain Price, and I'll pull him up right now. See if y'all agree.
While he does that, Terry, he was in the live stream Friday night. He came into the knife store. So yeah, he's a new customer for you. He treat him well. I think he sells real estate. I'm not sure. I was aware that there was a John Evans in North Alabama. And that's him.
Johnny Evans,
He
right?
goes by Johnny. Yeah, but his name, Terry got an order today from a John Evans in Athens, and he thought it might have been me. Ooh, I've not seen that guy. I heard an echo.
He's the guy from Taylor Sheridan's 1923, and if that's not young Captain Price, I don't know who he is. And the guy's an excellent actor. He's athletic, you know, big and muscular. I think he would make the perfect Captain Price. But the good news is that Taylor Sheridan is writing Call of Duty, and Peter Berg is directing it.
So is it based on the video game, and how are they going to feature it?
That's what nobody
theater?
knows yet. We don't know if they're going to cover the lore of the past 20 years worth of Call of Duty, because they've already announced that the game franchise.
Lost audio again. I'm gonna come back on my laptop.
Okay. They've already announced that the game franchise is pretty much going to abandon the storyline, because they've never been good at following it anyway. They fuck it up every game.
And doesn't the multiplayer capture most of the players, or are there a lot of one player campaign players that get Call of Duty?
I do the same thing every time I play it. When I buy it, I spend 2-3 days finishing the campaign,
Okay.
and then I play. A lot of people never touch the multiplayer. I love a story though.
Well, I never touched
used
the
to be
story. I
They
never
used to
touched
be
the story side of it when I used to buy it on computer. Or what was it on? I guess it was my iPad that I played it on, that I bought it on.
Yeah.
But I never played the single player mode just because of my ADHD. I have to be dropped into a hot situation and learn by getting killed.
Right.
I love first person shooters. The reason I don't play them and the reason I don't have a good gaming system is this all I would do. I know my limitations.
Well, me and Kyle, it took me and Kyle both a couple of years to figure out. Like, anytime I mentioned I've been playing a video games don't cause me depression, but it's my go-to when I'm not doing well. Like, if Kyle finds out I played Arma last night, he'll call me, "Hey man, you playing again tonight?" I don't know why. He's like, "Because you know what that means." And because Kyle points it out to me, I haven't. I mean, it's not like he's getting on to me. I just haven't felt the need to play it in over probably 6 weeks. But yeah, when my mind starts to wander into bad places, I turn that Xbox on and I'll be there for 12, 14 hours. The sun will come up. I'm still killing people.
See, I used to look forward to getting home to do that. And I think for me, the depression came from after I spent so much time on it, feeling guilty for not doing other things. It wasn't, as long as I could get away from it. And I learned that for me, I just really couldn't. It was like anything else. I would immerse myself in it.
Right.
And it would just be.
You guys playing fucking musical cameras are confusing. I'm not fast enough to keep up with all this. But I haven't played a modern Call of Duty in a long time. But I got pretty deep into Arma Reforger and got good at it because I spent way too much time doing it. I never actually played the game. What is that noise?
You're having an echo. Somebody is.
Oh, I never actually got into the purpose of the game. I would just get a SHI-TEC intervention and work my way up onto the highest point and snipe people from 1.5 miles away.
Yeah, you wouldn't like the new Call of Duty. Probably the story mode is pretty rough.
Yeah.
It's almost like not really Call of Duty anymore. It's like some kind of weird.
Yeah. Yeah, and they started getting a little woke, I liked the multiplayer back in the day, but man, I don't want to see Nicki Minaj running around with a
skin. And you got cheaters, and you got the bouncers, and you got all the nasty things that come with it.
Yeah.
But
yeah, the sweats, everything.
Yeah.
It's still fun though. You get a decent crew.
Yeah, if you get a good crew, it becomes just like the knife community. It becomes a friend group, and it probably wouldn't matter what you were playing. It's just, you look forward to hanging out with those guys every night. I stumbled across this cat late one night. He sent me an invite to play, and I wasn't very good at this point. And I didn't understand why he invited, because he was really good. He ended up top 10 in the world. He had a sponsorship through Red Bull, was being paid to play Call of Duty 40 hours a week. But the next night I got on, he introduced me to all of his buddies, and we literally played Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 every night for the next year and a half. For 4 hours, 14 hours. They were all from Canada. And that's when I learned All I ever knew about Canada was how nice Canadians are. I had no idea how racist Canadians were, though. Canadians are the most racist people you'll ever meet. They're not public about it. They're not going to say anything online, but when you get to know them and get them to talking, but it's for the same reasons. They're just using examples of people who have come to their country
and what they see in terms of favoritism and the
they're sucking up their social programs and costing them money.
Yeah, the French people are not known for their
tolerance,
yeah.
for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was the most hated player on Modern Warfare 2 because Kirk tried to teach me how to run and gun. At the time, guys, I was 38 playing with a bunch of 18-year-olds. I just didn't have the eye-hand coordination. So he told me how to do my setup. And he's like, Shane, don't come back on here for 5 days. He's like, for 5 days, 4 hours a day, I want you to practice this thing. And I did. And I became, and I'm not bragging, but I honestly was one of the best noob tubers you've ever seen. Like every map, I could, if we spawned at C flag, I could hit A and B from my spawn spot and never.
Can you still be good? Could you still be a contender?
I'm like since they did away with the one-man army and danger close, I'm like a 1.1.
Because Kyle would hate this, but we'll get out of the knife business and I'll manage you. We'll start a Twitch channel and I'll give you 12, 14 grand a month. Easy.
They took away my ability to do that. The new games don't have that. They have grenade launchers, but you don't have one-man army, so you can't.
XTC and most of those top streamers started as video game streamers on Twitch.
Donut Operator did. Operator was making Fortnite videos right
Nothing
before
Fancy. Nothing Fancy does video gaming now. I noticed he was live the other night playing some modern shooter.
Yeah, Donut Operator was a Fortnite content creator who was also going through budge training to be a Navy SEAL. And while he was in the SEALs, he found out that Skyrim was dropping before his graduation date. So he rang the bell and went home because he didn't want to Skyrim. Yeah. He dropped out of the SEALs to play Skyrim.
That's wild.
And now he's a multi-millionaire.
I mean, the not multi, he's probably making $1 million plus each month if you take everything and lump it together from his ad revenue to, I mean, those guys make.
He doesn't pay for anything. So it wouldn't matter if he made half that money. Like if you made Ryan's money, but you never had to pay for anything, you'd be rich.
Oh, sure. But the way I don't think people realize is the exuberance, ridiculous wealth that they accumulate. That Kai Cenat, after his marathon, he made $550 million in 30 days. Yeah. On top of everything else he made. That was his team's clear. That's over $500 million that you should
imagine your bank account, Ryan, if everything was comp for you? Like every restaurant you walk in lets you eat for free.
Payroll too.
Yeah.
Taxes, payroll.
Yeah.
Ryan, you need to give me an elevator pitch so I can just get business in Huntsville.
That'd be too good for all
make you
y'all.
want to expand here.
I'll go ahead and tell you, y'all wouldn't even know me.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't do well.
I'd be on an island out in the middle of nowhere with nothing but a bunch of puppies around me.
Yeah.
Well, as long as you got a cell phone, though, you can be effective to some extent if you got good people.
Yeah, you can get that little satellite thing.
I just stay peopled out all the time now.
Link, what is it called? Starlink?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, man. You spend like, I don't know. For me, it took about 6 months to be like, yo, I miss the wild craziness of like the hood in Trenton. You know what I mean? Like, I miss it.
Really?
I do. That happens a lot. It happened up in Russellville a lot where I'd be all peopled out and everything. It's like, I just want to be by myself. I'd sit in the hotel room for a day or two, and that was about it. It's like, I got to talk to somebody.
Yep. I'm telling you, it starts to eat at you. Like if you're from the US and you go somewhere where like they roll the sidewalks up at 9 o'clock. Like when the sun goes down, there's nothing going on. You can't find nothing to do there. You can't find food. If you're out there with your car and you need gas, you are beat until the next day. Like we don't even know what that's like.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, and then to go there and you're stuck there for years, like you get stir crazy like unbelievably fast.
Do you play games? What do you do? I mean, do you come up with some routine, like play cards or socialize or do anything?
So down there, everything's real frustrating. Like you try to get a plan together. Where like I would try to like play video games or something. The internet is so spotty. The power is on and off. The brownouts all the time. You can't like.
And where's this at?
St. Kitts,
Okay.
St. Christopher. They don't call it
Paradise,
Christopher.
basically, except they got brownouts.
No, we live in paradise. That's the land there is paradise.
Yeah.
That's true.
The creation of the civilization and everything there is fucking awful.
Sierra Rick,
What's up, Sierra?
have you seen your sheath yet? I'm gonna wait till you answer. If you don't want to see it, let me know. But I got pictures. Let me tell y'all something, guys.
What's up, Aiden?
Terry is ascending like a. Is it the Pokemons that take final form and all that? Isn't that Pokemon?
They're evolving.
Harry, he's not just evolving; he's ascending. Oh, you showed them? Yeah, man. Terry sent me pictures of the new Thug sheath.
Oh, I haven't seen them. This is I was showing off my sheath, my Terry sheath. Oh hell!
He's doing a double stitch, and dude, they look amazing.
And it's got eyelets for ulti clips, dude. Terry,
you want to make a sheath for this thing?
He can.
You know those eyelets are going to be fucking game changers because you can put a deep concealment carry clip on it.
It's weird because like a year ago we were saying, hey, if you don't have the money for a Lancelot leather sheath and you don't want to wait for a Lancelot leather sheath, how about go and support our boy Terry? Well, that's not the case anymore. Like you can get just as beautiful a sheath, still quicker, and I'm not bad mouthing Joe. I'm just saying, it blows my mind how fast
Terry said, "Send it on."
Yeah, I was gonna say something when Shane was done.
What's up, Yako?
Are you gonna be at Blade Show, Terry?
He won't. I wish he was. I don't want to speak for him.
Because I've given up on getting Javon's address for these scales.
Oh, I'll give it to you. Let me put it in the private chat, dude. I always forget. You just got to remind me.
Oh, honestly,
okay.
John, you are.
I'll bring in the Blade.
Yeah, that'll give you something to look forward to at Blade Show, man.
Yeah, I guess. I haven't been blowing you off, Bugsy. I just forget, dude.
I'm just busting chops, bro.
I know you.
You're about to pull it off, Terry. Yako, I got your stuff boxed up. I'm shipping tomorrow. I apologize. It took me a while to find that arbor that I told you about. But in the box, I've got all 8 of your blades. I've got that 1-inch die grinder arbor. And I got you a handful of the ceramic drums that go on it. So I should get those out tomorrow.
And Yako, congratulations on your knife at North Mountain Blade. I noticed it when you posted it on Instagram. I'd seen that knife at North Mountain Blade. I've done a couple of reviews for them because my local buddy, buys a lot of their Chop series knives. And then I reviewed Jason's knife from there, Jason Grant's. And then I bought one of the Dwyer's, and they sent me this little Tonto mini Chop fixed blade. And this will be the first one I'll actually get to test the steel on. But
John, I've got a cool story I think you're going to enjoy hearing. I had figure out what I did with it. I posted
the Redeemer.
I realized recently that I've been guilty of. I get excited about posting things, and I posted the prick on Instagram and Facebook, and then I remembered that I'm a member of several groups on Facebook, so I posted it in there, and I think I got 6 orders in 2 hours yesterday.
Dude, that looks like a knife. It doesn't even look like a prick.
I'm glad you said that because that's the point of this story. When I posted this up, several people were like, "Tell me about that knife," and I'm like, "Well, I mean, it's not really a knife.
You made it too nice.
Nice pick." And And then this guy gave me an idea. He's like, well, how much would you charge me to do a full chisel grind on it? I was like, well, I don't know. He's like, well, how much would you charge to put a scale on the other side? I was like, I don't know. And then I got to thinking about it. So I came up with a price thing. Don't freak out. The price I gave you guys, $80, that applies to my community friends. But I priced these for $100, just like it is on Facebook. And then I offered to either do a full chisel grind or a full V grind and the second scale to make it a knife for $160. If you want a Kydex sheath, $180. If you want a sheath from Terry, $200. And
Shane's finally getting it.
It's been about 50-50, man. Like
it's like watching a little baby take his first steps.
It is. I'm proud of you, Shane.
I am too.
Want it like it is. The
other
half
brain went there.
Exactly.
But I don't think I could have done this with other things I've made. But this is a perfect platform for. Do you want it like it is, or where do you want to go from here? You know. But I think capping out at full grind, 2 scales. Everything with a sheath from Terry for $200.
I think you got to look at it more macro than that. I think you got to look at it at what that tool that you've acquired has allowed you not only to do physically with one little product, but what it opens up for your imagination.
Well, I'll be honest, dude. The tool is a huge help, but more than anything, getting my head right and starting to pay attention to the things Kyle has been bitching at me for 2 years about. And actually having the mental capacity to apply them has been more help than anything.
Well, and I'll tell you, and like Kyle's been telling you for a year and a couple of months, by having that, it empowers you. It's not something that should make you feel any kind of dread or fear. It should help you reset if you need to and focus in a much easier capacity because everything else is taken care of.
I think I'm just now realizing that positive thoughts and having a positive, I don't know what word I'm looking for, but it builds just like negative thoughts cause you to go deeper into depression. Like the more positive things that happen, the more positively I think, things just get better every day. I've been mentally in a better place ever since I got this brace. And again, thank you guys for doing that for me. It's just elevated every day. That laying in bed for 6 months damn near ruined me, man. I was miserable.
Yeah, it's nice to come, out of that swing,
Kyle, that is not what I said. I knew you'd find a way to twist that.
What I was going to say, Kyle, is that scares me when somebody shits on his stuff. He can't get too tied up on those comments because somebody's going to start trolling you.
Well, yeah, but and the thing too is that Kyle always asks, "Is like, Bubba, you want me to be honest, or you want to keep feeling good about what you did?" Kyle, just be honest. And,
be gentle, and be honest.
Hey, once again, brutally honest friends are priceless.
Yeah, the thing I've noticed most in the past year, though, is I already know what he's going to say, which means that I've been listening to him. I know what I either did wrong or what I didn't do correctly. So when he says it, I already know what he's going to say. Where used to, I didn't. So, yeah.
Well, now it can be used for like self-correction,
Right. Yeah. Because my whole thing is I've always felt bad about the amount of work that Kyle has to do to my knives to make them even worth putting out there. Like anybody that's got a knife from me, even if it's not perfect, I promise you, it's way better than it was when it left my hands. Kyle touched it up and made it worth having. And so my goal is to get to a point where Kyle just puts an edge on it, says "Good job, Bubba," and ships it out.
You'll get there. You're getting close.
Yeah.
In due time.
Yeah.
How's the little utility knife coming? The little chisel ground moon looking thing.
Well, I don't know that I'm going to do them anymore. It was a cool concept because I had a handful of these 4-inch scraps.
The prick makes more sense.
The prick makes more sense, and it seemed like a great idea until I got close to the end and to the refinement stage. and it got more difficult than what it's worth. I don't know. It just wasn't.
Smaller stuff I hear is harder to work on,
It
like
is.
to get it dialed in.
I mean, if I have a 4-inch piece of good steel, I'm not throwing it away. I'll make another one. I'm not gonna make batches of them anymore though. So
yeah, make them like small batch, you know.
yeah. Now if they had all turned out as good as Terry's, which I have here somewhere, Terry's was the last one I finished. First one I made, and you know, if they had all turned out this good, I would have been tickled to death. But it was mainly finishing this. The idea I had about the epoxy in the backside. When I try to clean this up, it gets muddy looking, and I've just come to the realization there's nothing I can do about it. This was a bad idea.
What's the downside of putting a small scale on each side?
There's not. And matter of fact, if I make any more, I probably will. And if I make another one in the future, it'll probably be hollow ground. But so they're not going away completely, but I'm not going to make another batch of them. I just ran into, you know, some small issues that I didn't foresee when I started it, and it they didn't come out as good as I wanted them, and they ended up being more work than what I'm selling them for. So
that's a good reason to not do them.
yeah.
If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense.
Right. But I don't think I really thought about this as a knife, because anytime I think of a Tanto, I want a Tanto big and bulky. But now I've realized after not everybody does, and now I really like it. So yeah.
I think it's very cool. I think that opens it up to probably more people that would buy it for what it is, because it looks nice. It looks like a knife, because I don't know if it's
I like it as a knife,
or if it's because it's just refined more. And I think it's because it's satin or looks satiny.
Well, Ryan,
I got a prick behind me, and it looks a lot rougher.
A what?
A prick?
Yeah, the pricks were very rudimentary. Very rudimentary.
I've got Daddy's prick.
I don't think I made any money making. I think the only person who bought a prick from me was Bettina.
Shane didn't make any money with his prick.
I think I gave all the rest of them away in live streams and stuff, and I'm going
on the wrong corner, homie.
Yeah.
Hey Ryan, Tate got a super bougie Unans on. It's a Walt or something. It's got grooves all the way up. It's got V grooves going this way and this way. And a special clip. What's it called?
Thanks, Cliff.
It's like a Walter or something with the W, 2 words edition of a CRK. They're like $2,300. It looks just like this, but it's just got deep milling and a special clip.
I just realized Cliff dug himself a hole. I'm glad you made that smart ass comment.
Walter something laugh off. Wilson Combat. I'm sorry. It's Wilson Combat. Kyle corrected me.
Because you want to call it
Have you seen those, Ryan?
I've seen the Wilson Combats. Yes.
Yeah, that's the one he was able to pick up on the secondary.
Yeah, they're very sexy. They're stupid expensive.
Why? Is it because they don't make enough? It doesn't. To me,
I guess I really don't know. I know they're like rare, but
when he showed.
I mean, there's some other Zons that are even more expensive than that, and I don't really get it. I guess it's just the rarity, like your heavy collectors. Like I collect Chris Reeve too.
Well, I can get it when
I wouldn't pay that
inlays or things that are driving price, but when you're just talking about a milling pattern,
right?
Pocket clip, and you're adding over $1,000.
It's just a low number knife.
Yeah, you know how I feel.
Cliff wanted to call that rimfire Spyderco level ugly, and he's on here constantly preaching cold steel, and it was a cold steel tough light that inspired that little knife, which is
I've bought 3 of those and given them away.
So it's actually cold steel level ugly, Cliff.
Wilson Combat.
I'll tell you, we've still got those 2 Halos down there, which are single action out the front. So they're like $700, and we got it on a trade. I didn't even know they made this, but ProTech used to make a knife called the Dark Angel. Are y'all familiar with that? It's a single action that has a little lever down the side where you cock it. It's like $400, $350, I think.
Yeah,
it's in like new condition, but I didn't know ProTech made a single action.
I didn't either. I never seen it.
when you get a chance, Google a Protect Dark Angel. And this was the first production. They only made them. You'll see a Blade HQ listing. But instead of pulling the ass end out, you just pull this lever down the side and it cocks it.
I wonder how hard it is with one finger, or does it just not fire as hard?
It fires as hard.
Yeah.
And with one finger, you can't just one-handed. I had to hold the knife and then pull it.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah, I don't think I'd pay more than like $200 for a Sabenza.
So it's about the size of a Tough Light Mini.
I traded this for a fixed blade, so I wouldn't have. I'd pay more than 200 for one. I'd pay in the 350 range if I had 350, which I don't. But it was the last knife that I didn't.
No, the Zahn is the only one that I would probably spend like MSRP to find. But then again, I would probably get something like left-handed just to make it
like the
a little
Sabenza.
different. I can't stand the damn Sabenza.
Why? What don't you like about it? Is it because it doesn't flick, or because it's so?
I mean, you can't fidget with it. It's about it's just, you know what it is. It's the fit and finish really overall. It feels chalky, feels kind of crappy. The thumb stud is awful.
Thumb stud's terrible.
The thumb studs are terrible.
The clip is super tight. Really, only kind of works with like thin stuff. You can't put it on like
the clip. Don't work on
thick pants.
They're definitely not for everybody. I like a Sabenza, but I don't like one like for an EDC.
It's kind of like Blade.
Now the small one would be more EDC, but
I wanted to carry my Sabenza so bad.
they're heavy,
and I just
But
size
now the Nkosi and the Zahn are amazing to me, but they are
like
big and bulky.
They're heavy. Before Knife Nut comes in here.
But like, if I'm getting a Zahn, I'm just gonna spend the extra like whatever, $50, $100. Have something that's just like amazing.
Right.
You know, like every which way this blows them out of the water.
The Grimsmo.
Yeah.
I won't argue that. Because
once you
I got my Sabenza, and for me it was uncarryable. Like I even struggled to unlock it. I really struggled. That was the knife that made me decide I was done with titanium frame locks.
Yeah, the lock bar access is awful. It's sharp. Sometimes it's super stiff. You can't really hear, like, this is like audibly locked up.
Right.
You know?
Now I've got one that I want you to play around with, Bugs. I'll bring a Blade Show. I've got one that's extremely broke in.
Yeah.
That you may actually like. Yeah, and then I put one on bearings. Now it's fidgety. That's the one that even Shane can flick.
So that's why I said I would only spend like $200 on it. You know what I mean? Because now I'm thinking about replacing scales. I'm gonna mess with it. I'll probably drill a hole in it, instead of take like it's not even gonna be what they made it to be anymore,
Right.
So I might as well get one that's got like a busted tip or something. It's just like butcher it up.
You can have it as a project knife.
Yeah, if I'm gonna do that much to make it something I like, I'm just not gonna have it.
I wouldn't spend that much for one that I was gonna mod the daylights out of.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I can't and especially once you get your hands on something like a Holt, it's just like why even bother? That's
I find one more titanium frame lock probably on the first from 5-door, and that'll probably be the only one I own. And it's kind of a necessity though, because like when I started making knives, that SNT that I made, the Heathen, are all inspired by Mick Strider. So I'm going to buy a Strider from 5-door.
An SMF?
And I'm probably not going to carry it, to be honest. But I feel like I should own one. I've always wanted one, so I'm going to own one. But there's no doubt in my mind that it doesn't have a chance of taking this out of my pocket. And this is $420. I mean, I don't understand.
What blade steel is that? M390?
I don't know. Let me look.
S90V, you got it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's 30 or 90?
Maybe 30.
This knife, I will allow it. I will get over the fact that it's extremely billboardy.
That Joker is heavy too.
Yeah, the pocket clip for most people is probably a little plain for what it is, but it works great. So
Just seems a little shallow, no? Like,
yeah, but
you might get that on your blue jeans. That's about it.
yeah.
I'm a sweatpants guy, so I'm constantly fucking
an upgraded pocket clip. I might do it, but that one works great. Yeah, I like it.
But yeah, Ryan, I suggest you go check out some of the Holt shit this year if you haven't been over there.
Yeah, I love that knife.
You should see some of the stuff that they make, like one-offs of. Like, my pockets are never deep enough, but man.
Yeah. Ryan already informed me that he's getting early bird tickets.
Oh.
And we have to run straight to Edgy Blade Works.
Dude, what I want to do is I want to film Ryan's. I'd love to do a video of Ryan's Blade Show, or just somebody just to show the excitement that I get watching him go through it. I'm all for going and watching.
I loved it. I didn't buy much last year, but watching Ryan acquire the stuff he acquired, it was just as good. That's like my second Blade Show got like the highlight of that whole show was seeing Dan Brock get his sea otter, because he just knew they'd be gone by the time we got there. And the joy on that man's face.
When we walked up.
and that ended his knife career. Like, he got a sea otter and was like, I'm out, y'all. he ain't been back to live streams. He's alive. I see him on Instagram.
That's what Dark Gravity did when his wife got him that Sabenza. He was like, I'm done.
Yeah. Yeah. He got that sea otter. He was finished.
Man, I jabbed my fucking finger in
who's the guy that got the Rosie and bailed on?
You're right, Sierra. You ain't getting that thumb stud off.
You remember when JN won that Rosie and bailed?
Juggling Ninja.
Yeah, Juggling Ninja hadn't been back since he won the Rosie. He was out.
I don't understand people like that.
Either. Yeah. But
I get it, because I was just talking to Shane about this the other day when he was over here. Like after Blade Show, it's like, at what point, like, my knife journey wasn't very long.
Yeah.
Like, I went right and started buying, the.
Yeah, but like this year, Ryan, if you went to, let's say you go to the Ender table or the CRK table, you're going to go with a completely different mindset.
Yeah, you're right. Like,
I just have to acquire it. Now you're looking for very specific things.
Exactly. I guess my taste is like more refined now, I guess.
Yeah, you end up working yourself more into these little niches, and then you start
other hobbies that are kind of refined. So it makes sense that you're not going to go through the steps.
But see, like, I don't get the same excitement that I got when I first started buying knives. Now it's like, it's not that big of a deal, but
the hobby's cooled down a lot. It used to kind of be like hot, like the Spyderco drops were actually like, like they're shutting down websites and stuff. Like, I don't really see that so much anymore. Even like Blade HQ, like Knives Plus, all those ones that are kind of tip of the tongue when you start talking about like big retailers.
Exclusive, yeah.
They're nowhere near as busy. Their sales are way, 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 way down.
Tyler, that's because you didn't progress past that too fast. You're working at a perfectly good pace. Ryan kind of, he skipped some steps, but
I kind of screwed myself. Like, I wish I would have slowed down a little bit. I kind of enjoyed the ride a little bit more than what I did. I just got excited and just went nuts.
Well, you were just seeking out certain things, so you would have just had little steps of frustration instead of gratification towards what you knew you kind of wanted. Everybody's different. That's what makes the hobby unique.
Now, I haven't checked today, but I think my chase for the Lamia has finally scored one.
Congratulations, dude.
You scored an S90 Lamia?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Well, it's the pre-order, and I haven't received a refund yet, so. But I think tomorrow. I think within the next day or two, if I haven't received a refund, I guess I really got in on it.
Palmer, that was Vince, aka Semper Fi guy. When Vince first came into the community, he would spend his money and buy these high-end knives, and then do giveaways for them, and raise thousands to give to veteran communities. And it's the only reason why, I liked Vince to begin with because he was doing great things, and then he just got super weird and things got awkward and he went away. But that wasn't the only high end knife he gave away. But JN won it and disappeared. People reached out to him. He was still alive. He just never came back.
Yeah, like Ryan, when I started,
He's still with Panda, isn't he?
Huh?
Is he still with Panda?
I don't know. I haven't talked to either one of them.
Me neither. I would assume at some point they would have a blow up.
Yeah. Well, John can't blow up on Panda.
No, I know he's going to be.
I mean,
But still, I think
Panda
it'll
can't
be
blow
the
up
point where it would be Vince going, dude, you got to get the fuck out.
Yeah. Well, they need each other though. Vince can't go to the drive-through, and John can't exist without Vince's car. So
so that works out. It's a codependent relationship, even better.
they're very codependent on one another.
so like when I started out, I ended up trying to buy like every kind of steel for Spyderco. I had probably 100 and something plus Spydercos. And then I realized that like it was an impossible chase. You know, I was trying to catch drops and
Yeah.
you know, I was doing all kinds of things to try to get knives that I thought were going to be like rare or hard to get. You know, the mule teams, all these other things. I ended up trading and selling a lot of the stuff back in for, you know, stuff like a Holt,
Right.
you know, stuff like a couple of Grimsmos, like the stuff that actually sticks around. Like, because I've owned pretty much all the knives that, you know, are popular. One that sticks out in memory is the Arius.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time and money to try to get like a real nice version of the Arius I wanted. I got it, and I was like, I'm gonna sell 90% of this shit. If for some reason I got that knife and it just like completely like I love the knife, it just washed out everything in my thing that like everything in my collection that wasn't like
It did
a 9 or above, you know.
Right. It did the same thing to me too. I lost a lot of interest in a lot of my knives.
Yeah.
After
Have you
Blade
seen his
Show last
sister,
year.
Bugsy?
Say again?
Have you seen his sister? Bill Koenig's sister.
No.
I walked up to the Koenig table. I walked up to the Koenig table to ask a question. And everybody was busy, so she stepped up to greet me. And I mumbled some shit and dribbled a little bit and was like, I'm sorry, I have to go. That was my exact words. I said, I'm sorry, I have to go. I walked off.
You know, that reminds me of like 40-year-old virgin when he calls that chick for the first time and she answers and he just goes, ha, and then hangs up.
That's exactly what it was like. And that's when I knew that Greg Medford was my spirit animal too, because I was talking to Greg and Krista walked by and Greg reached out and put his hand on my chest and stopped me. She was gone, then took his hand off my chest and went back. I don't know how Bill would feel about that because Bill and Greg are friends, but
there's a lady present. Hold on.
Yeah.
We're in the presence of a lady.
Yo.
Probably not y'all's type because she don't look like an Instagram model. She's not all.
I have an eclectic taste.
I do too. At least I consider that.
That's beautiful, dude.
Yeah, this one's sick.
To touch on what Palmer was saying, though, Ryan was well aware he could have bought a second-hand Lamia, but he has wanted to support Alex by buying a new one from the get-go. I've been begging him for the past year, man, don't do it. Just hold out.
There was a couple of times there was pretty good deals on them.
Well, what's great, though, is you got probably the highest edge retention Lamia ever made coming. Because he's not made anything in that high in edge retention steel. That makes me want a Lamia that much more. But again, I wouldn't carry it. I'd show it off and brag about it, but I wouldn't carry it.
Yeah. Now, see, that's the thing. Like, the stuff that I did keep.
That's funny, Palmer.
Are stuff that, like, even if it's high end, like, I'll still bring this to work.
Yeah.
You know, I'll still cut up a bunch of shit at work with this.
Yeah.
You know, like, I won't bring like this because I'll end up jacking up these handles and be all sad. But
yeah,
you know, most of my stuff, if I can't bring it around, if I don't actually use it, I kind of move it along. Like even like this one, I use this all the time. The only thing I'm worried about this one is keeping it clean because I can't get these damn pivots off.
Does Windex clean them up?
I don't use Windex for anything.
I thought that was something you're supposed to use on Damascus to get the fingerprints off.
It brightens the colors.
I just wipe it down.
I always wanted an Arius and kept saying that was going to be my holy grail, the knife to end all knives. But I'm glad I didn't get it because after handling Ryan's Mini, I now know if I were going to own an Arius, it would be the Mini.
I think the Mini's almost too small, but
I love it.
There was something I didn't like about that. I forget what it was too. I think it might have been the where you put your thumb.
Yeah, just,
like if you were to flip it in reverse grip.
The Mini just works for me better.
Your thumb's right here on the.
Believe it or not, I like the Mini better than the full size too.
I never thought I would say that. I've never wanted the Mini version of it.
Now, I mean, I love the full size, but when
I
bought the Mini just because I liked it, and once I actually got it and started messing with it, to me it's just an all around better knife. It's a lot more carryable. They don't take up as much room in your pocket, and
it's got plenty of big blade.
Yeah, I think that honestly, I like the action better than the.
I do too.
You got to be at Blade Terry or no?
No, he said he wasn't going to be able to make it this year.
Oh, okay, I didn't see that.
I hope business is big enough for Terry that he can afford to come down next year.
I mean, just come for fun, shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to dream of having a table at Blade. Now, I don't know. I don't know that it's all that important to me anymore.
I mean, honestly, I think if you just carry some stuff with you and kind of like what you did last year,
yeah,
you can kind of screw yourself.
You don't really need a table.
If you ever do plan on getting a table and you get kind of popped for that, some people bitch about that, so it's you just gotta watch.
Yeah.
But if you're never planning on getting a table, then give a shit. But
right. Well, Terry, that's the thing. If by next year you can afford the plane ticket, I mean, we'll find somebody.
What state's he out of?
He's in. I never can remember. Michigan.
Michigan.
Yeah. But the cost of Blade Show, getting in and stuff's cheap, and you can eat cheap. But you just have to find somebody that you could pitch in on a room with.
I mean, the hotel rooms aren't bad if you go to anything other than the Cobb.
Yeah.
But I want to get a hotel room in the Cobb. I want to be right in that ballroom one of these years.
Yeah, I've tried the past 2 years. They're always sold out.
They say the way that you get those is when you leave Blade Show, you get your room.
Well, see, I called about it last year, and they were already sold out.
Oh, really? A year in advance?
Mm-hmm. Well, I take that back. They weren't sold out. They just weren't making reservations that far.
Yeah, I was told you can't make reservations till really close to the Blade Show, and then you have to be right in line for when they kind of. It's like a drop.
Right. I was about to say the same thing.
I'm trying to go to Texas next year. Jacob Vargas has said I could sleep on his couch. So I'd like to go to Texas just to experience it, just to see what Blade Show's like.
That couch will never be the same.
No.
I think Texas is like a big Nashville, probably twice of Nashville.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna be. It's one of those things. We've been to Blade Show Atlanta. It's the biggest one in the world, so it's taking a step back almost. I don't know if I'm willing to do it.
That's why I want to experience. Everybody talks about it's a little more laid back. You got a little more time at the table. You don't feel rushed. I'd like to just experience it.
Yeah, definitely.
I never feel rushed at Blade Show. I'm elbow rooming and shit.
Well, there's makers and people who've bought my knives that I can meet at Texas that I might not have a chance to meet in Atlanta. So.
Yeah. I'd like to go to SHOT Show.
SHOT Show would be very cool.
I don't think my health could. I'd almost have to do an electric scooter at SHOT Show, and I don't want to be at SHOT Show in an electric scooter. So,
I mean, maybe they probably got somebody there who can load you up some weapons on that sucker.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get one of the little 22s that are belt fed, but they got the little crank.
Those things look like so much fun.
I know. I just want to have it on my desk that faces the door.
Rocco, let me give you a piece of advice. If you buy a blast cabinet, buy one off Marketplace.
Glass
Because
cabinet.
if you buy one, they're not very expensive. And then when you take that thing out of the box and dump the 5,000 self-tapping screws that come with it out, and a week later when you get it put together and it's all janky and warped, you're going to be so mad. That is the worst piece of equipment to ever have to put together. Either buy it assembled or just get a used one off Marketplace. Because people buy them all the time and then they sit there for months, years, and sell them. I'd never buy a new blast cabinet unless it was assembled. I ordered that T-shirt press. I tell y'all about that.
Oh, for your Kydex?
Yeah, I finally ordered it, and it said it was going to be here Wednesday. And woke up yesterday morning. It was on my front porch.
Did you order the little block that goes with it, or the little metal press? You know, the T-shirt thing's what gets it hot. And then Tim at Concealed Concepts had that little block he got off Amazon, the Kydex press. It's metal.
I had one and broke it, but I fixed it.
I got you.
And so far it's working, but I would like I want something I can pull down and shut and just latch it. Like right now I have to put a C-clamp on it and spin
That's
it.
the one. I think it was like 49 or $79. He showed us at Blade Show the one he uses, and his sheaths turned out really nice.
These would have turned out like they've got a lot of definition to them. I've just got to learn that I have to leave another inch at the top so that I can shape it and put that thumb ramp on it. I just always forget.
Make it too short.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sierra, man, when you get that knife back, take it apart all the way. Make sure you clean up the area between these two pieces right here. Because that Maximat will eventually be an issue. Take that apart, make sure it's real dry, real clean, and then re-oiled up in here. Because fish isn't too bad, but that whatever, depending on what kind of water you got, if it gets up in there, it's gonna be a problem.
The corrosion.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people. Have y'all seen that? A lot of people online talking about they took their 15V apart and like around the washer, it's all nasty and corroded.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta seeing are like $150.
That's why I'm big on knives that come apart and go back together real easy. Like I'll swear on these things because I've never seen a knife that comes apart and goes back together so easy, and they provide you with the tool. You know, there's no slippage. You know, if the tool doesn't quite fit, like no, it's
because I think at least every 6 months you need to get in there and clean those things up. Even if, and I keep mine in cases with desiccant packs.
Yeah, me too. I got an ammo cans with a bunch of them packs in there. So I mean, it comes with every.
These Kydex presses that don't heat the Kydex, just the ones that form it, cost more than the heated press does.
Right, but they're stronger. The trick is, and that's what Tim was saying. You want the press to heat the Kydex, and then you put it in the just analog press because it has enough more torque and the foam's thicker, so it's going to hold the shape better.
I've got the good thick Kydex foam.
I did see that, Kyle. I saw it on Instagram.
Holy shit, 246.
246. The Pioneer.
I'm noticing more and more that high-end makers, if you watch their knife making video and you get to the end, almost everybody is sharpening on TS Prof. Like it is the premier sharpening system out there.
Love Them Knives is doing a video on it, talking about it, and he's just sitting there swirling the fucking blade when he's talking about it. It's just like it made my skin crawl the way he was giving.
Yeah, I bet. I bought a TS Poop. Tyler, somebody bought me a TS Poop knockoff. I still don't know who it was. I searched the box. A lot of times you get something from Amazon as a gift. There'll be this little small piece of paper that says a gift for you from so-and-so. There was not one in it. Nobody's took credit for it. But, I mean, it's worked good for me. I've used a TS Prof, though. They're not the same. I'll just say that. If you can get a Pioneer for $250 versus that $100 one on Amazon, it is worth
Papa.
It's on the U.S. site's been recently upgraded too. Let me go to it. Hold on.
I had to go chase my new puppy, one of the new puppies, down the street today. Little fucker's fast.
That little puppy's an asshole.
How far did he get from you?
Well, fortunately for him, I was barefoot because I would have caught his ass quick.
I will say though, when I got to Ryan's house, that puppy acted like it was going to eat me alive.
Oh, I'm blocked. I'm blocked. I'm not a mod, so I can't post links.
I was immediately intimidated by Ryan's pit bull. I don't think it's a pit bull. What do you call that, right? Is it an American bulldog?
No, he's an extra large pit.
Yeah, he's 120-pound blue pit.
Oh, that's awesome.
He looks so intimidating, and he's just
I would
fucking
love.
You have to worry about him less than you do that little asshole in Ryan's lap.
Hey, this little son of a bitch right here beats the hell out of.
Hey, Shane, click that link I just shared. I'll pull it off in just a second.
This dude's a dickhead.
Thank you, Zach. Zach is
meow.
Meow. So that right there is on the, and you can use Kyle's link, but it was 341. Now it's 246. Comes with 5 diamond plates.
So that's $150 more than the Zarlesk, whatever that word is, for the one on Amazon. And I will say, it's worth it if you have the money. If you don't have the money, there's not much wrong with that $100 one.
See, I don't like the jaws on any of the stuff that I see, man.
Well, the great thing about TS Prof is if you don't like the jaws, you can upgrade them.
Yeah, you can spend more money.
Yeah, you can always go broke, you know.
Well, no, the jaws aren't that much. Like if you want, depending on what kind of clamps you want, right?
Yeah, but you see how all right, trying to find.
I'm going back to it. Hold on.
Right, Kyle's has got the quick release, the cam lock clamps.
Yeah, so
all you gotta do is flip it over and pop it down, and it's locked down.
On anything that's full flat ground, though, you got such a you have such a limited space where you can get a good. Yeah. Without having to have some kind of a wedge or something, you know, like.
See, I'm not Kyle, so I don't worry about that. I don't worry if one bevel is a degree or two off because of the full flat grind. I understand why Kyle does.
You got to catch it right on the edge on the full flats.
That's not. I don't.
David.
Yeah, it's tough though. It's tough. Some knives.
When I'm done, I'm happy. I don't own enough expensive shit for that to matter.
Some knives are really tough to find a spot on them that you can get.
I will admit, I'm a little nervous. I've got to sharpen those rim fires tomorrow, and because they're full flat chisel ground, I am worried about how to clamp them. But as long as it gets a sharp edge on it, I don't care.
Well, you could probably even clamp you can clamp before you put the scale on it, right? Or you put the scale on first?
I put the scale on before I sharpen it.
Okay. I was gonna say you can, because if you don't have the scale on it yet, you can use the flat of the, and hold that.
Yeah, I don't trust myself to work with a already sharpened product. You weren't around the last 2 years. I used to come out here and show my fingertips, so you could just see meat. Like there'd be huge chunks of my fingers missing. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. Because I didn't know what I was doing, and I was working with a grinder that was spinning way too damn fast. I do still have that grinder, y'all, and I do still use it on occasion when I just need to hog some metal off of something because it's so fast, but I'll never grind another bevel on
it. Yeah, I got a little Harbor Freight 1-inch. I was going to start just shaping stuff out for fun, but...
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. You know you could grind bevels on that without an adjustable jig.
I just never tried. So I cleaned up.
What you do, Bugs, you take the table off, unmount it. And if you're looking at the table when it's on the grinder, that back right corner, you'll notice if you try to tilt the table up, that corner hits the motor.
Okay.
So take it off and grind, like mark it with a Sharpie where it's hitting the motor, grind the underside off so that it can actually tilt up in the front. And then lock it down, and all you gotta have is like a piece of angle, a piece of wood, and clamp your knife to it, and it'll hold your angle. That's the easiest, best way to grind your first knife.
Yeah, like this one, I did this one with files and sandpaper and stuff.
Yeah.
And then I got that little grinder for cheap, and then I just kind of went over this, like to kind of neaten up some of the grind lines. You can see where I stopped with it.
Yeah.
Like right here. But it like the sandpaper I had or the abrasive I had wasn't aggressive enough. It was kind of just like pushing around, like smearing the outside, you know. But I saw that you can get like good belts for those.
You can now, yeah.
Like legit belts.
Yeah, you can get good ceramic belts for a 1x30 now.
Yeah.
I actually saw that on a video. The guy took the table off and ground that back right corner off, put it back on. It lets the table tilt up. It'll tilt down, but it won't tilt up. It lets it tilt up about 5-6 degrees. Then you could just take I had a piece of aluminum angle iron. I'd clamp my knife to, drag it across it. I made several knives that way, but I don't miss any of that.
No, I mean, I kind of like slow process stuff just because it's not. I'm not making it for anybody, so I'm just like it's just kind of for fun. But I'd like to finish them up at least. And I got a couple other pieces of steel.
So I'm assuming you're not going to ship that stuff. We're just going to get it at Blade Show. Is that the plan now?
I mean, it might make more sense.
Yeah, at this point, it's what, 5-6 weeks away.
Yeah. Damn, I gotta get back in touch with Ryan too, man. I keep messing around because I'm the kind of guy like I'll go down to Blade Show and just sleep in my truck. I don't give a shit. Yeah. You know, I'll get a hotel like on Saturday night and take a shower or something, but that's about it. So I got to get back into. I keep forgetting. I got to get in touch with him.
You know what seems logical?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to blow him off, man. He's a really cool guy.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna cut out. I'm about to go to bed.
Right. Good seeing
All right,
you.
have a good night,
Later,
buddy.
man.
You in town this week?
Later.
Do I now?
Are you in town this week or are you on the road?
I'm in town for the next day or two, and then I'm heading back down south.
All right, buddy. Hang in there.
All right, guys. Later.
Peace, man. Be safe.
I wish I could get to bed at a normal hour. This is when my day starts. I mean, seriously, I'm even going into work at 2. I don't go to bed before 5 usually. But I'll record 2 videos after this tonight at least.
Yeah, I can text John at 4 a.m. You up? And it's instantly, yep. What do you need me?
Well, why do I?
What's up?
I just flipped when I got out of working at Spectrum. My days and nights flipped, and going in at 2, I've never come close to sleeping past that because I'm never middle of the day. It's hard to be sleeping. But from
It's not for me.
I have a hard time sleeping in the middle of the day. But
I love myself. I'll sleep all day long.
Because you're a night owl too, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm trying to reverse it right
Yeah,
now.
it's good. I mean, if you can get it reversed, that's good. For me, I'll lay in there and just toss and turn, but I've got to get to a few days of that just to get myself back in sync.
Yeah. Kyle, that is incorrect. He's not the first person to call Logical a cool guy. He is a good guy.
Nah, he's a cool guy.
Yeah.
He's my kind of nerd, you know. He's a good-hearted person.
Exactly.
And he grew up similar to me. He went to, you know, the whole Catholic school thing for the whole 9-year stint.
Yeah.
So
my daughter went through 3rd grade. I feel kind of guilty for that.
I'll say this: Seems Logical has never wronged anyone.
No,
that's enough for me. That's enough for me to treat him with some respect.
For sure, man. He's there for everybody anytime anybody asks him for any damn thing too. So
I met him a couple of times at Blade Show, and he seemed fine. I haven't met him much outside of that.
Yeah, the typical cool guy.
He's my size, so
the typical cool guy is not my kind of person. You know, he's my kind of person.
Yeah, Lee's the only cool guy I can tolerate.
Lee Bama Knife Guy.
Yeah,
he tries so hard. Yeah,
I thought you mean that's Jared's grip, isn't it?
No, Lee was Lee before he ever met Jerry.
I know, I'm kidding.
Lee was my buddy for a long time.
I met Lee. We went and had lunch when I was working at Spectrum because I had an office down in Tuscaloosa, and we instantly hit it off. I think the world of Lee.
Yeah, Lee's great, man. His wife is awesome too.
I don't know that's not true. I've never known Ryan to wrong anyone. I know Ryan's made decisions that you didn't agree with, but I've never known him to wrong anybody.
You could tell he's got that Catholic guilt. If he ever did anything wrong, it would be written all over his face.
Yeah.
And he's, you know, just even the way he talks about what he does for a living, man. He's just, you could tell he's you know what else? He's got the same job as my mother-in-law, and they're both of that real like sweet, tame personality. You know, there's no surprises. You're never gonna be like, holy shit, Ryan. You know, like dial it back, dude. No, it's never gonna be him.
Simmer down, brother.
He didn't start eating shit with you. You turned it into shit.
Yeah, definitely. Like if there's a situation going on and Ryan's on one side of it, I know it wasn't his fault.
Yeah, he's never been combative with anybody.
No.
Oh man.
Yeah, I would probably beat the shit out of somebody if I saw them even talking sour words to him.
Yeah, he's a nice kid.
There's some good eggs amongst us. There's some weird ones, but there's some good ones.
There's a few. And I'm not saying he's not weird, but
Hey,
he's
did
a
you
good
see
guy.
what Cole reviewed a couple of days ago, Shane?
Did I see what?
What Cole reviewed a couple of days ago. Trust
I haven't watched him recently.
Me neither, but I just saw the thumbnail. It was a laser blaze knife.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know how it got there or what, but
Laser Ghost, you mean?
yeah, whatever the fuck.
Laser Blaze would have actually been a much cooler name for him.
It's Laser Ghost.
Yeah, Laser Blaze. That he blew it not naming it Laser Blaze. That would have been a much better name for his knife company.
I need to trademark it.
Yeah.
Or at least get the URL. No, but I was wondering because I didn't think he sent them out.
You know, how he used to badmouth all those guys, and now's trying to get him to promote his stuff. But watching him stand in line to suck up to Jared at Blake Show, Texas, like that was my
poetic justice.
Yeah, that was my what's that they all the time talking about the families. That was my closure. That's when I realized because he proved to the world that he's completely full of shit. He stands for nothing. Watching him stand there and he stood there and waited in line for like 10 minutes to suck up to Jared.
I mean, when you bomb on people for so many things, so many different things, you really don't really stand for much. Like there's a lot of stuff that, like, I'm an atheist, after all my other stuff, but I still have reverence for people that have faith, like. Yeah.
Sure,
there's a big difference between feeling a certain way and then trying to force your feelings onto everybody else.
Condemning everyone who doesn't think like you, that they must be wrong.
For being such a failure in life that you have to find things that other people believe in and tear that down to bring them down to your level.
There's a lot of stuff I wish people didn't spout and believe all the time. And there's a lot of stuff that frustrates the hell out of me. People are just so on the side of one thing or the other,
because I knew all that stuff when I invited him on and didn't care. He can believe however he wants to believe. That's fine with me. Yeah. I just had to draw a line when he started calling people that I care about fucking idiots. That was enough for me. The first time I let it slide and told him not to do it again. The second time, the third time, finally I was like, look, man, if you can't treat people that I care about with respect, then you're disrespecting me. And then I had that conversation with him at Blade Show, and standing there beneath me, looking up at me, he's all, oh man, we're all cool. I got no problem. We're good. And then as soon as he's out of Atlanta and back on his keyboard, he wanted to run his mouth. I got no respect for I have mucho respect for what he does. Like what he does by hand is super impressive, but the fact that he's not going to be doing that forever, he's planning to move to more production and telling people that his prices are going up.
I just wish that he had as much product as he had, like, hate energy, like, because I can kind of get with somebody that's like, if you're that much.
I don't have any guilt, man. I tried.
No, yeah. No, and you know what? I still
without a doubt his knives are nice.
I don't dislike Donnie. Still, even to now, like now, I'll still say what's up to my blade and stuff. But like, I just don't know why you had to push. Why I got to push so hard? Like, well, I'm a dick too. Most people just don't know I'm a dick. Because I don't just slap you in the face with it.
We're all dicks, but we let people enter our orbit without hurling meteors at them, right? So I can have people in my orbit that I don't agree with. They're further out of my orbit, right? But some people don't allow that. And it's not just him, it's a lot of people.
Yeah, you're right. It's not like he's the only one.
It's unfortunate.
He's kind of right. Most of us are fucking idiots, but
I'm an idiot.
Certain subjects, I just don't think you should badmouth somebody over.
Yeah, I mean, and you know what? A lot of times he wasn't even like wrong. You know,
Right.
like there's just it's just how it's your approach, really. You know, like
Exactly.
how salty are you? You know, like
Yeah.
if you're turning us off, you're making us turn against you. That's kind of. I mean, I feel like I could say pretty much damn near anything to Shane or to Javon right now, and they're probably gonna be like,
very
like
tolerant.
that's probably like the worst I'll get. You know, like because it's not coming from a place of hate. He just kind of projected that, though. You know, like
Yeah, that's a good word, John.
don't know why.
Tolerant. You know, because I know I've not been the easiest person to be friends with. You know, Kyle's had to call me out of my bullshit. Stevie's had to call me out of my bullshit in the past, but they've been tolerant of my shortcomings. You know, out of love, and have tried to help me get better. And I think that's what it's all about.
Exactly. I mean, and I take beatings all the time and deserve them. And I'm the first to come back and say, guys, I've learned something. I was wrong. Because I do want to learn. I want to get smarter. And I know I don't have the answers,
Yeah.
but a lot of the times I push just to learn more. Because if I push against something, somebody's going to make their point.
It took me a long time to figure that out too, John. That I didn't realize a lot of times you were opposing me just to get more information. Like you didn't actually believe what you were.
No, I'm trying to
behind the point you were pushing. You just wanted to push an opposite view to get a more in-depth idea of why I thought that.
Because it helps me combat it if somebody approaches me with the same shit I was coming at with, right? It's just like when John said, the one thing I respect about that old guy is his conversation with Mick Strider. When Mick, he went up, he talks his story about going up to Mick Strider's booth and picking up a Strider early on, and Mick walking up and saying something to him. And John had just opened his knife store and said, how can I sell this against a bug out or a Benchmade? And Mick Strider just took it out of his hand and put it back on the table and said, you don't need to be talking about my knife if you have that question. Well, all John was doing was trying to get an answer so that when his customers came to me and says, why is this $300 more than a Benchmade? John can go blah, 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 blah. I just want the rhetoric to be able to say, well, think about this, right? And when I'm trying to get more information, that's the best way to get it, because everybody, all you guys are very passionate about what you know. And you wouldn't be if you didn't believe it and know it. So
yeah, that's why Mick and John Willis shared a building, because John Willis is the same way about his product. Why would you pay $1,500 for a load-bearing vest from John Willis? And when you ask him that, there are reasons. There are legit door kickers that can tell you why it's worth $1,500, but John won't tell you. It'd just be like, quit being fucking poor and get off my YouTube channel. That's not the way to run a business. I fully believe that, but they're both they share a personality for sure. And then you got God, I just forgot his name. The guy that worked for Mick and now works for John. He's nothing like either one of them. So he's kind of in the middle, always trying to keep them off the edge. But
that's a beautiful edge.
Yeah, I like this one.
Yeah,
and we'll I think we can all say that Mick or that guy that makes the vests, they don't need or Greg Medford, they don't need to be that what I would be in terms of wanting to keep everybody kind of a customer or a potential customer, right? I wouldn't want to. I'd want to, if I have beliefs that are burning inside me, I don't want to keep them inside me. But I don't think if you're trying to run a business that you should necessarily look to spread fucking common sense or what you could perceive common sense in the midst of the most busy dissension we've had in a long time. I just don't think it's good for business. Right. But people do it, and I don't think it's hurt Mick Strider's business. Maybe it has.
Like I had the exact issue with I was going to get an AK from Jim Fuller, and I emailed him and I said, why is this one $4,000? Not saying like, why is your AK $4,000? Like, why is this particular one $4,000? Because it looks pretty standard compared to the one next to it that has a ton of work. It's been chopped, changed all over. And he got back to me and was like, you clearly can't afford these. And I was like,
no, I just want to know, is the bolt carrier more precise? Is it
I was going to get 2 of them, but now I'm going to get this many. So,
right. Yeah. That's the problem with a lot of people. you were around so much back then, Bugsy, but John was, Kyle, a lot of these guys were. I went to John Willis's place up at SOE in Tennessee and participated in the Self-Reliance Festival. He doesn't put that on. He allowed them to have it there. Those are great people, by the way. Super source of information for being self-reliant. And I literally had to give the heat treat and quality steel speech hundreds of times that weekend, over and over. And I got sick of hearing it. But I never told somebody, well, if you don't understand why this is better, you're wasting your time standing here. I took the time, I explained it to them, and I sold out. I had an awesome time up there, but not everybody's willing to do that. Not everybody's willing to explain why this is more expensive. Why is it better?
And a lot of times they can see that it's
I
better.
wish I had.
But they're looking for that elevator speech that evidently in John and Nick's case, he was just kind of looking like, and I hear you're wide open, Kyle, and I agree with you, but if all you've dealt with is case dealers and you've just taken on Benchmade and you're just trying to learn, I could see why he wanted to know because he knows he's going to have case people coming up asking about his Benchmades. With over 20 years, he's turned into a real successful Benchmade salesman, but I'm sure for a long time, he struggled with them.
I'll be honest, man. We all did that though, Kyle. Like, we didn't just wake up and understand steels and action and detent. We either asked questions or we just kept our mouth shut and listened until we learned it. John didn't know anything about a Strider. Most of the people I know, other than just a small handful, would require you explaining why a Strider or why an Arius or why Edgy works. Yeah, the Edgy is an awesome example. Why the hell would I pay over $1,000 for that knife with a weird blade shape? But once you know. But there's times I didn't know. So
I get that, Kyle. I hear you 100%.
I'm not a fan of John either. I don't dislike him, but I'm not a fan. But I can understand why he asked that, and I agree with Javon that it's a bad business move for him to tell a shop owner, for him not to educate a shop owner as to why these knives cost this much and educate them on how to promote them to a potential customer.
Or just to be proud about, no, this knife's a lot more than a Benchmade. Let me tell you why. I mean, that's what we used to do we sold $1,800 a foot cabinets. And I used to have to go to the kitchen and bath show. And people would say, why would I buy your bathroom vanity for $2,800 and then pay another $1,000 for a top? And I'd say, let me tell you why. It was just a little pitch, but I enjoyed telling people why it was different.
I feel like it's part of sales. Isn't that like...
Yeah, the feature and the benefit.
Why? I mean, that's kind of what separates any business.
That's why Mick
sells
was more successful. How can I remember that guy's name? That Marsoc sniper that used to run Mick's shop. He was more successful back then because that guy was willing to tell you why the knife was worth more. He was willing to educate you.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
people
confusing why I've said his name a million times and I can't remember it.
Like Gary's a good example. I spent half hour at his table just BSing with him.
Right.
But when I'm asking him questions about his knives, even though I've heard all these answered multiple times on either John's lives or
Scully,
wherever else.
Came to, yeah.
But when I ask him, he still goes through. He still talks about it. And in person, he'll even go over another little detail that he didn't necessarily just lay out before. Right. He's still willing to just sit there and talk about his stuff.
Because what you can do is you can create a fan without even having somebody buy your knife. They can still be a proponent of your product because you told them. And absolutely, Kyle, I agree with you. And I can also see how if you're in a position like Mick, you really don't want dealers in your program. And you probably get tired of people like John, who is a goob, coming up and talking shit. I would have probably been an asshole to him too if I was in Mick's shoes. But it just depends on what he's trying to do. Not everybody's meant for a dealer because a dealer requires a pretty large margin to make it worthwhile coming into their shop.
Mick probably would have never cut his prices 30% for John to stock them to begin with.
Absolutely not.
Sierra, off the top of my head, I don't know what the mini MSI is.
It's the Microtech, the Microtech small MSI that's got a thumb stud instead of, where's that question? Bugsy, do you like the mini SSI maybe?
Yeah. Well, when John
Sierra
comes out,
Rick,
when
it's
John
an
comes out
excellent
with a new
knife.
product, when SOE comes out with a new product, 90% of the time, he has Scully do a video explaining why it's designed the way. Why does this pocket open in this direction, or why does it have this clasp instead of that? Because Scully can tell you in a firefight why that matters, where John's just not willing to waste his time educating you, and that's why Mick Strider was so much bigger then when Scully ran the shop and handled all that for him. Mick just doesn't. That's why you rarely ever see Mick at Blade Show, because he's not going to answer questions. He's better off not being at the table at all.
I was gonna say it's kind of one of those things, like you're kind of better off not going if you're not really into the whole really getting down to the nitty gritty with people that have either they know everything and they're there to bust your balls, or they know nothing.
Example, Stevie, if you're still here, I'd love to hear your answer on this. How much more successful do you think Laser Ghost could be if Ernie was the face? If Ernie was the guy you talked to and the guy you asked questions to? Probably
100%.
Way more successful. But some people just don't possess that ability to be able to deal with people and explain those kind of things.
Well, honestly, though, that's kind of what drove me into the knife hobby. You know, I went to Blade Show and everybody I talked to was either willing to tell me their secrets or help me out or told me, come to my shop, I'll show you.
Yep.
You know, like, and then you run, it's real, like, kind of strange when you run into somebody that doesn't want to, like, interact. You know, you're like, well, hold up.
Yeah.
Why are you being so guarded when everybody else is more than transparent? They're trying to show me the way.
A perfect example of that is this week. I had 7-8 different people send me a picture of a knife that Paul Lusk just posted on his Facebook. Paul Lusk, 18-year knife maker, makes really high-end Damascus folders. But if I had to guess, he had this little 4-inch piece of scrap, and he decided to make something out of it, and he posted it on Facebook, and everybody started sending me pictures of it saying, hey, have you seen this? So I'll just pull it up to show you right quick. This is it. And I was like, no, I haven't seen it. So I actually reached out to Paul Lusk because some people were even commenting on his thing, which blows my mind that people would even bring me up in his presence. But we've been having a conversation for the past 3 or 4 days. He's like, man, I don't want to release it if if you're already doing this. It's like, first of all, Paul, they're not the same. You know, yours isn't chisel ground. Yours has some jimping on the spine. And I told him, I was like, and mainly, I was inspired by the Cold Steel Tough Light. I'd never even seen a Cold Steel Tough Light. I had to look it up. But, since that conversation, which could have went south easily, the dude's invited me to his shop. You know, any advice you need, because I mentioned I'd love to make a folder one day. And he's like, hey, man, when you get ready, let me know. I'll walk you through it. That is the majority of the knife community.
You can't have too many allies in this business. And
dude, that's exactly why the whole thing with, I talked to you and I think Ryan about it last time. That's what rubbed me so weird about the Tim Reeve thing. Like, he was just so weird.
It's weird because so many other people's experience have been so much different than yours.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And I'm not really one of those. I have decent people skills. Like, I don't usually get treated like like a weirdo,
Well, there's a story about Tim Reeve with Maddie. Well, it might have been Tim. I don't want to say that. It may have just been one of the booth workers. It was pretty rude to Maddie, and Maddie doesn't come across or act like a guy that owns high-end knives, because all y'all see him show are those stupid hot dog knives. Maddie owns some high-end shit. Maddie's got nice stuff.
Yeah.
May have very well bought a Chris Reeve had they not pulled him off the table when he walked up. Wouldn't even let him touch them, I don't understand why some people have that experience and other people don't. But I hope I've never treated anybody that way.
I don't know. I don't usually run into that kind of an attitude. I don't know if it's just, across all the hobbies or the job sites.
The year before, Maddie was doing some content, and he was exposing the makers, like hey, I'm at this table, and he was showing their stuff, and this dude flipped out on him and accused him of sending the pictures to China so they could copy his designs, and really hurt Maddie's feelings. And it was the last day, it was Sunday, they were leaving. So I walked over there. I was already a little pissed because he was rude to Maddie. But I walked over there and looked, and all the guy had was very rudimentary drop point knives. I mean, there was nothing at all special about them. So my first thought was, they already make knives like this. What the fuck are you worried about them copying? So I took my phone out, because this is literally 15, 20 minutes after he got shitty with Maddie. I took my phone out, and he said something to me. And he said, when I refused to put my phone away, he's like, I'll call security over here. And I was like, I don't think you'll fucking last that long. How long do you think it's going to take him to get here? Because I don't think And what he didn't know, Bugsy, I was literally deathly ill. I did not need to be at Blade Show. I had blood poisoning. I could barely walk. He probably would have wiped the floor in my ass. But he didn't know that. All he saw was me in front of him. And he literally just turned around and stared at the wall till I left. I scared the shit out of him. So I texted Maddie and told Maddie, I said, Maddie, I took care of that guy. And that year, Maddie, Stevie, Snuzz, and
Forrest.
No, Cue Ball all rode together. And when Maddie got the text, he asked everybody in the truck, he's like, was I just an accessory to a murder? I never laid hands on him. And in all complete honesty, I was not physically able to lay hands on him. But I put the fear of God in him for being a dick.
I don't know what those guys are thinking, though, like even complaining about cameras and stuff. Like, people wear cameras, all kinds of hidden cameras. They got cameras hanging over their freaking back. I mean,
yeah, let me get news for you. The Chinese company's going to come by and steal your fucking knife.
Dude, they'll just get one and actually have one. They don't give a shit about a video. What good is a video going to do?
Yeah. And at the same time, guys, this was the same year. I forgot I did call Stevie and said I took care of that guy. Maybe I worded it wrong, but at that same year, I had been pissed off at Maddie because Maddie did a video talking about this Chinese knife is every bit as good as a bug out, and I was so fucking mad at him for that. But I didn't treat him like shit because of it. You know what I mean?
Not a fan of the bug out myself.
Yeah.
Unless it's got titanium scales or something on it.
Even China wouldn't steal my rim job now. That's a pretty good one, buddy.
Josh, what's up?
I'm gonna let you score one on that one. That's a pretty good comeback. Oh. But yeah, man, it is confusing. But I guess that's just human nature. You know, some people just don't have it in them. They don't have the patience to. I don't think any of them are so fucking rich they don't care, though. I don't believe that.
Isn't it just odd, though, that they're at Blade Show working a table? Like,
right. That's why I say I think it's smart that Mick don't show up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
he might show up for 30 minutes, you know, to meet his fanboys, but he's not standing at the table. And that's probably a good idea. He still pays Scully to come. I got pictures of me and Scully at Blade Show last year because Scully's a better representative of his product than he is.
That's what I mean. You got to make sense of it. You know, you get there and you're shooting down customers. You know, it's just like.
Right. You know, I remember the first year I met Lee. Lee was pissed at Medford because he was over there, and a couple Marines walked up and asked Greg Medford some questions, and Greg pretty much told him, you know, either spend some fucking money or quit wasting my time. Those are his people. You know what I mean? He's a Marine. It makes no sense. Greg has always been super kind to me, but they're not kind to everybody else. So
you got to also think they're standing behind that booth, and this doesn't make an excuse because if you're in sales, you got to be on 100% of the time. But they've got to get burned out, and certain people are going to rub them the wrong way. And if you say your same thing 40,000 times a day, some people don't have the mental Yoda fortitude like I do to keep it all under wraps till it's over.
Right. Yeah, but I've kind of done, not to the same extent, Bugsy, but I've kind of done the same thing. Like, I've burned some bridges in the knife community. You know, like, could I benefit from Tri-State promoting my knife? Absolutely. There's no doubt in my mind. He'd sell me a few You know, probably a good chance he'd sell me more than I can make. But I've burnt that bridge, voicing my opinion, and now I have to live with it. You know, it's just the way it is.
You got other opportunities and other outlets.
Yeah.
But again, if you're being honestly, as like the other person, I would, I'd get over it. It's, it's either business.
Well, he is over it. And don't get me wrong, I could still ask and he'd probably do it. But now I'm at a point where I would feel like a hypocrite. You know, because of things I've said in the past, I would feel like I sold out if I got
you
him.
feel Donny-fied.
No, I don't think I'm capable of feeling that way.
Paul Wong, what's up,
Josh?
brother?
And I think you're right, Rody. I think they definitely missed the knife's too flexible. It's too thin. I don't like the Omega springs. There's a bunch of little things they could have done better by giving that some kind of serious scales.
Yeah. And Todd, you're right. But I mean, I've actually watched Greg say, I get all these posts, about, I've turned half the population, talking about Democrats or liberals, whatever you want to call it. I've turned half the population against my company, and they'll never buy my stuff. And he said, I don't want them carrying my knives. I don't want my knives represented by those people.
Exactly. What are they going to use them for?
Typically, whether you agree with him or not, as long as he's willing to say that and live with it, then I respect it. And if same thing going back to Donnie, if Donnie doesn't want anybody that's ever been in the military or anybody that believes in God or anybody
police officer
anybody that doesn't hate all cops, if he doesn't want any of those people on these knives and he sticks to that, I respect it. He's just not going to do it here.
Well, he's just not. He's never going to make it anywhere. Because even the people.
I mean,
that doesn't work. You'll sell a couple, but you need people that are, that's the whole part of the whole community.
Right.
Is that one person is going to talk to that next person. It's all going to move on down the line.
Right.
And honestly,
see, the one thing he doesn't know too, though, Bugsy, a conversation I had with Meathead was what ended it. There's no doubt about that. But you can ask Kyle. I know Kyle knows, but I didn't know how to word it to him. I had 6 people from this chat group who were selling off parts of their collection to buy a knife from him that within 90 days were messaging me like, I'll never own a knife from that guy.
Well, that's what I mean. You're taking your own base and you're just limited, and now you're standing on a little tiny pedestal by yourself.
Yeah. And
even the people that you thought were going to be there when you turn around, they saw everybody else leave.
Right.
And typically those people are kind of cliquey. The people he's talking about that he likes, the people that don't have any responsibilities, don't take care of anything. There's no authoritarian, bone in their body. A lot of those people don't buy knives. Right. They're not knife carriers.
Yeah.
They're people that sit in office and they're like, oh, you have a knife? Like, oh my God.
I think being humble though, like me knowing that my refinement's not there yet. So I know if somebody bought my knife, they could pick it apart. I've got to be a nice guy. You know what I mean? I've got to be welcoming because I know I don't.
But that's you'd be a nice guy anyway. That's not.
But I'll tell you what. You give me 2 minutes with one of his knives, his best knife, and I can still pick it apart.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's nothing that I don't. Even one of my favorites, I could sit here and pick this apart. It's really difficult for me for something like this, and that's why
that's picking apart the most successful knife maker in the country.
Right. Well, that's what I mean.
Right.
And it's all honest and it's all for real. Yeah. Because when you start saying that, a lot of people won't say any of that.
That's funny. I've been talking about John Ellis and DH pops up in the chat. That's where I met DH. He, I don't know if he wants me saying this, but very early on,
anyway.
DH was. There have been multiple times in my knife making that I didn't know how I was going to make the next one, and DH was pivotal in that. And just sent me money and told me to keep grinding. That's good people, man. And I'm glad the community's full of those kind of people.
Yeah, those people are cheering for you, man.
Yeah. But then again, going back to what we were talking about, how many of those people is Donnie going to bump into?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? And even if he does, is he going to maintain that relationship at all, or take advantage of it, keep up an attitude, make that fall apart too. You
Well,
know what I mean? Like,
I hope he handles
I hope
warranty
he just
issues
kind
with
of,
humility. I hope he doesn't burn bridges with warranty stuff that's going to inevitably come up at some point. I hope he owns that stuff and does the right thing, because that's the way to really build a base.
Right.
well, I'd kind of hope that he could, just even for himself, if he never talks to any of us ever again, like that's clearly just not the way to live. You kind of, you're not on an island by yourself, man.
Right.
Everybody, the one hand washes the other. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
That's
Actually,
a fact, dude.
I'm willing to do anything I can do to help Yako progress and make a nice. I can tell you right now, if Tyler's still here, he'll tell you our politics and beliefs are completely different, but we don't disrespect each other with them.
There's no need. You can be human and rise above it.
And I'll help him any way I can. I don't know what Terry's politics are or beliefs are. We talk about some of that stuff on here sometimes, but I don't care. Terry's a good guy. He was in a pretty bad spot about the same time I was in a bad spot. We had some conversations about it, and I'll do anything in the world I can to help. I hope Terry gets so big that I can't get shoes from him one of these days. But
Debate, not hate. Absolutely, Cliff.
Yeah.
Talk it out and learn from each other.
Yeah. Well, Yako, you don't owe anybody an apology for that or anything. You just
ain't wrong, Rudy.
You got passionate about some things, and I've done the exact same thing. I've got passionate about some things and said some things I probably shouldn't have said.
I don't think there's any reason to not be passionate about things. You have to be ready to accept people that don't believe that. But as long as you don't take it and, put it on the person, your beliefs are your beliefs, and you have a right to, to espouse them, and just, understand that people are going to debate you and chat and comments, and just be prepared for it. I think it's all good. I think if more people talked about what they believe, they might find common ground.
Yeah, I mean, that has been part of humanity from day one. If we all believed the exact same way and agreed on everything, we'd probably still be in the Iron Ages. You know what I mean? It takes different ideas and different beliefs
for progress to really happen.
For things to progress, yeah. I fully support, because everybody's affected differently by different things. They can pass a law that I think nothing of because it doesn't affect any aspect of my life, but it could heavily affect one of you guys' lives. You know what I mean? So, is it odd that you might be pissed about it and I'm not? Absolutely. Yeah, I've talked about that. I brought up immigration several times, and I know people don't agree with me on it, but my experience with immigration in this county is nothing but positive. Some of the best people I've ever met aren't from here. Are there cities where it's a problem? Sure, there is. So if you ask my opinion on it, it might not line up with yours because my experience has been very positive. I've met nothing but really good, really strong moral family folks
that are building a community more than tearing it apart.
Right.
Yeah, it's tough in places like Jersey because there's just too many people already.
Or Atlanta, where they're shutting down streets, doing street racing and shit like that. That's
the local cops here know that we get together once a month at the shop, and that is technically a city street in front of the shop. It cuts through a grocery store parking lot, but it's a city street. It's Market Way, and they know once a month there's going to be guys lined up out there doing fucking burnouts that leave a half-inch of rubber on the top. They don't care. So that's been my experience with police. Somebody else's might be completely different. But
it can change on a dime. You get a new sheriff or something, and
but we're also not blocking commerce and in a major intersection doing donuts. We got a little area. They can hear it at the police station. It's a half mile away, and you can hear these cars because they're running open headers. Sometimes they'll come down there and watch. But I've talked to Zach about what he does for a living. I'm not going to talk about it, but Zach's experience with big city things is completely different than mine. You know, Zach has a point of view and has experienced things that I'll never understand. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you should. You want to feel like you're on a different planet, man. Drive through Philly.
Yeah. Well, you know, my impression of Philly, all I've seen are the live streams from Kensington Avenue. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what it's like 2 blocks away from there, though.
No, you're still in that.
Well, 10 blocks away. I'm sure there's a number of blocks away where that block is full of good people working hard every day to raise their kids and live a good life. Is my point.
Yeah.
At some point,
You probably got to get ways out, maybe.
There's Philly's a rough one, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if we can ever even appreciate it or depreciate it because we've not experienced it. We only see what the camera shows on that little live feed, which is
Philly's like it's too layered, man. There's so many layers of people. Like if you're out during the day, like 8 a.m. to noon, Philly's awesome. If it's past or before that, man, it's a totally different jungle out there. It's
totally different species.
The majority of my experience with Atlanta has been around Blade Show. It's all been positive.
Yeah.
But when I was having to go to Red Oak and pick those titles up and $2-3 million worth of checks at a time, and that's all I know is the Red Oak community. That was a completely different experience.
Yeah.
I had a kid walk in and rob the restaurant I was ordering my food at gunpoint. Completely different experience. So somebody from Red Oak probably thinks a completely different thing of Atlanta than somebody from around the Cobb Galleria does. But,
yeah, I don't think there's a lot of people that live around the Cobb.
Yeah, probably not.
It's a transient area, so it's like.
I think the state that's the best example of that, though, is California.
Yeah.
Like, if you're not from California, all you hear about is the politics. But if you go there and you meet people who live there, it's not what we're seeing it's the most beautiful state in the
country
by far, and it is full of absolutely incredible people. I don't know how hard you have to look or what neighborhood you have to drive to experience all the shit we're seeing, but
I mean, Kensington by far is the worst. It is an absolute it's
just open drug market.
It's literally like you just walk through some kind of a weird portal and you're like, what in the hell? How did I get here? And how do I get out? This is crazy.
Cliff, you may be right. I've only been to ADAC in the dark, so I didn't really get to. You may be right there, but if Alaska is more beautiful than California, is probably second.
A special bug out, Zach? What you talking about? But yeah, I'll check out anything. I'm just a picky asshole. So
yeah, Rick, Talladega is a great place to camp. There's some awesome camping around there. If you're talking
like
about
to drink beer and see boobies, Talladega Campground's place to be.
You can keep the beer, but the boobies are wrong.
Yeah, now don't get me wrong. You're gonna see some boobies you didn't want to see too. But
you should have seen. I had Lee with me in New York City.
Yeah,
his head was on a swivel, man.
Really?
Because there's titties everywhere in New York. It's like a thing. Like no bras and see-through shirts or no shirt at all. It's completely fine. It's legal. So it's like, yeah, it's
walk around New York topless.
Yeah, or like with the shirts that are like really not even. They're just kind of there for show. The shirt's kind of like a secondary.
kind of skin.
Lee was just like, oh my God, like, because New York City, it's like every chick walking by, you're just like, whoa, like, not normal levels of.
Or if you're a fan of girls in tight blue jeans with a skull ring in the back pocket, and a midriff, and just complete natural beauty, Alabama's full of.
Oh, that's
these girls. I'm not saying they dip. These girls out here will buy a brand new pair of blue jeans, get their brother's can of skull and put in the back pocket, put bleach on their finger, and run it around the impression of the can to make that skull ring in their back pocket. Because the guys just ain't nothing better than a pretty ass and a pair of blue jeans with a skull ring in the back pocket.
It's like a maker's mark.
We the South is blessed with beautiful.
In Huntsville,
Yes.
you don't see as many skull rings, but
Yeah,
you do
you're
see
right
some
about
nice asses. It's all regional.
I don't think I haven't had an experience in Huntsville. I have seen very few beautiful women in Huntsville.
Oh, dude, they're here.
I
And
believe
walking around those apartments, it can be impressive. I drive by that one going out to Knives and More, the one on Pratt, that they just built not too long ago. When we went out to Knives and More that you go past, and they're always on the sidewalk. It's just a matter of looking over there.
You notice the difference I noticed between southern hotties and northern hotties. The southern hotties are wifed up. They usually got kids. All the northern hotties that I know of, single for life, end up not being hotties no more. Like just
being cat ladies.
If you want a real taste, come down here and go to either one, an Alabama or an Auburn home game, and find out what the popular bar after the ball game is. And I'm telling you, you will see thousands. Like you just
Southern Belle for a reason.
there.
What blew me away was Oklahoma. I went to Oklahoma for a big lake 4th of July party. I mean, the girl at the gas station was a dime, and I was like, "Whoa, this place is a little different." I don't know what you guys are eating out here, but these girls are shit.
I think the difference in the South and the North is there's a lot of really hot poor chicks down here, and the majority of the hot chicks up north probably have more money.
Yeah, they probably transplanted out there. And
a guy like me can have better luck down here because I don't have to be rich.
Up here, it's just there's so many different. It's not just like white chicks. There's so many different kinds of girls and so many different styles of like the clothes and all the different it's real big is like the Asian the Japanese like all bubbly weird costume stuff.
There's one that works at Waffle House here. Dude, it would blow your mind, Bugsy. She is gorgeous. Long, straight black hair, 100% Japanese, and she talks 4 levels more Southern than I do. I mean, she has got a thick accent. She's married to a white firefighter. Moved here when she was a kid and just adopted the whole Southern accent. But it's almost confused. Like you can't look at her and listen to her at the same time. It just makes no sense.
It makes your brain spin.
Yeah.
Used to hearing that little like cat voice.
Hey guys, I love y'all. I'm gonna jump in the chat and do a little eating before it gets too late before I start making movies.
Well, I ain't all night anyway. So
yeah,
I'd like to come up there. The farthest north I've been was Fort Ritchie in Pennsylvania. But
was that for the military?
My uncle was in the military up there, and I went and spent a summer with him. It was, in all honesty, the area we were at, it was no different than here, just a little slightly different accent.
Yeah, they call it Pennsylvania.
Yeah. A lot of people, like the most popular beer when I was there was
Pabst.
No, I think it was Old Milwaukee.
Oh, really?
And it was like full price. Like it cost twice as much up there as it did down here because it was considered not a high end beer, but a popular beer.
Yeah, maybe a little closer to the maker.
Yeah, probably so.
Oh, you know what? I have to remind Lee about this, and I think about this like once a year. His wife, it's probably had to be about 7 years ago now. She had a local distillery making him his own bottle of bourbon.
Yeah.
And it was going to take like 7 years or something like that. And I was like, hey, we were talking at the time, like, I hope we still know each other, right. And if we do, you're going to get some of this. So we got to talk to him about that. Cause I think he's got a whole barrel of that shit coming to him.
I got you. Well, you ever heard of Back 40 Beer Company?
No.
It's a very popular, they're popular all over the world. And they make specialty beers for celebrities, country music singers, all kinds of stuff. But that's right here in Gadsden. I actually ate lunch the other day with the guy who started Back 40 Beer Company's father.
That's cool.
They just got back from the Masters. They served Back 40 beer at the Masters. But I think Truck Stop Honey is one of their big popular beers. But yeah, Back 40 Company started right here in Gadsden, Alabama.
That's cool though. I like all that stuff. I don't drink beer. I'll try them though.
Yeah,
I haven't found any that I like.
I don't mind those, but I'm not going to drink 10 of them and get drunk.
Well, that's the problem for me is I have a really high tolerance to alcohol for some reason.
Yeah.
So like I have to, if I'm gonna drink to actually feel something, it's got to be either straight or like a Long Island iced tea, something with like,
right,
everything but the kitchen sink in it.
right, little higher alcohol content.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I'll drink wine every once in a while if I'm at like a wedding or something, but like that's really just to have something in my hand.
Right. Yeah.
Blade Show does it though. It doesn't. You got like a vodka and cranberry. It is like it's clear. That shit is not even red.
Yeah. I don't buy shit inside Blade Show. I ain't buying drinks in there. All that shit's, it's just too expensive.
For me, it's a convenience.
The cool thing about Blade Show is you have options. You don't have to spend a ton of money.
Yeah, no, it's a convenience thing totally for me. If I'm standing there and I'll get like a dry throat just from being in that room.
Well, you remember when you found me and I was on a budget and I was standing there almost in tears because I was in line at Subway.
Yeah.
You hooked me up with that beef rib and made my day.
I was like, I think Shane needs this right now. I was waiting on Lee. Lee was like, "Oh, hold up, I'm gonna go grab some people or find." I forget who he was looking for.
Yeah,
I don't think it was his wife, but he was like, "I'm gonna go grab so and so, and I'll meet you at this table over here." And I seen you standing there, and I was like, "Yo, don't eat that Subway, man. Come on over here."
Yeah.
I can see you were looking. You weren't even looking up. You were just like looking down, like.
Yeah. Because I hate Subway, but
I know.
But I've done it. I've gone to Blade Show on little to no money, and you can still enjoy yourself. It doesn't take. That's nothing wrong. Just like anywhere else, the more you can afford, the nicer it can be.
Yep.
But
yeah, that was me last year. If Steve didn't like give this to me for getting the house,
yeah,
I wouldn't have got anything but stickers last year.
Yeah, I'm not as big on what can I acquire there anymore.
Yeah, no, I mean,
years looking at getting ideas, looking at people's stuff. One year, I spent almost all my money acquiring scale materials, and unfortunately, I bought a bunch of beautiful stuff that was completely useless. So,
yeah, I agree, Terry. I'm the same kind of way, man. Takes quite a bit of whiskey to get me.
Yeah, I haven't heard Terry talking about. I know Terry used to be in the chat on some benders back in the day. I don't know if he's cut back or quit altogether or what, but I know Yako used to drink a lot. He's had to clean up too.
Yeah, at Blade, I'm like lonely though. All you guys quit. It's like a dry county almost when I go.
I didn't quit. I'll still have some drinks every now and then with somebody. I don't have any desire to do it by myself. That's for sure.
Well, that's kind of how. I mean, I'm standing around a bunch of dudes with like water, and I'm like, damn it, man. Like,
matter of fact, the Blade Show I went to, first one I went to by myself with Dan Brock, he bought us a beer as soon as we walked in the door, and I wasn't all that mad about the price. I understand expensive beer at venues like that, but it was the fact that it was just barely below room temperature. If I pay money for a beer, that much better be 32.3 degrees. I'm mad as hell, man. I do not like beer if it's not ice cold.
It's got to be super ice cold, and it's got to be something that's not like crazy bubbly. Because man, I just can't drink enough of it. Like it's like drinking a gallon of soda. Like I can't even do that.
Right. Yeah, I used to drink. Me and Meathead used to drink beer every day. Every day we drank beer. And a lot of people thought that I drank more than I did because I'd get a little rowdy. But in all honesty, I'd only had 4 or 5. Like I don't need beer to get rowdy.
Yeah.
Around a bunch of guys, especially if they're getting rowdy, I'm going to get fucking rowdy, dude. I don't need all that.
Yeah. That's, It was funny when Lee was here. I really didn't think about it, because I don't drink beer and I don't stock beer.
Right.
And I don't typically have any of my like my friends come to my house. A lot of my friends are from all over the place.
Right. So
we got back from New York City on the first night, I think. And he had been drinking a couple beers here and there in New York, but they're like, $12 a piece, $13 a piece at least. And on the way back, he was like, I knew he was talking about getting something to eat or something like that. And I was like, yeah, no problem, man. There's shit that's open super late. You know, we got to the house and we got inside, and he was like, hey man, can I get a drink? You know, I was like, yeah, no problem. I got water and juice or whatever. And he's like, no, you got any beer? And I was like, oh shit, like I don't have any beer at all, like nothing. And he was like, hold up, you don't have no beer? He was like, all right, no problem. Where can we get it? And I was like, well, it's past 10, you can't get it.
Oh shit!
You know, because up here they don't sell it at 7-Elevens and stuff like that. You just can't get it.
Right.
You know. And I was like, the only place we can get beer right now is like going to an actual bar. If we go to a bar, you can buy a 6-pack from the bar. And he was
so
like,
you can't do that here. You can't leave with it.
yeah, no, here that's the one weird thing you can do. You can buy the 6-pack at the bar and leave with it. But he was like, what what kind of place is this? Where am I?
Let me tell you, dude, Lee, if you ever get a chance to come down to Lee's house,
yeah,
Lee and his wife are very very welcoming people. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
Dude. They've been really, really good to me the few times I've been down there.
I love his wife is awesome. She is no bullshit, and I love it, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she's definitely no bullshit.
She does not let nothing slide either. She's not going to be like, oh, that's nice. Like,
right.
No.
Yeah, I've been standing there with her while Lee's off talking to somebody. She's about, look at that motherfucker. Yeah.
She said something one time. She's like, I can read his phone text through his pocket. Look at them jeans.
Yeah. She loves it.
Yeah. She's great, man. She's great.
Yeah.
Lee's the bomb, man. He's funny. He's been a little bit. I feel like he's a little stressed lately, though. Last time I talked to him,
Dude, I hadn't talked to him in months. I ain't heard from him. The last couple of times that I talked to him before that, I don't even remember what was going on business wise, but I don't think he works for the. I don't know. He was super stressed.
Yeah, I don't know that he. I know he's dealing with some health issues. A while back.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hope everything works out for him. I don't know if something's like wrong, but
right.
He'll be at Blade Hill, so we got to touch base, but still can't get a hold of Steve.
I haven't either.
I called him. He texted me back. I'll get back to you.
Charlie wished me a happy birthday on Facebook, but I ain't heard nothing from Steve.
Yeah, I tried to get a hold of her. I was going to play with her Call of Duty a few times, but it never worked out.
Does she play?
What's that?
She plays Call of Duty?
Yeah, she's heavy on that shit.
Now, I played Call of Duty with Kara for a while.
Oh, yeah?
And it was a little weird. Like, when I first got in there, I hadn't played in a long time, and I wasn't doing great. And it was cool. But then when I moved to the top of the leaderboard 2 or 3 games in a row, I ain't played with her since.
Yeah, even like my cousins and stuff that play, my younger cousins, they play. Like, they won't play with me and my buddy. Because my buddy that plays, he's nasty. Like, he's got 30, 40 kills in a game. Like, I'm at like 10. But they won't play with me because I play with him all the time, I think. And he's just like, I think he's too good for him. I mean, we do get put in some shitty rooms, though.
Yeah.
Because he's good. His KD's like 8 or something. Like,
yeah, I got a buddy down in Louisiana. He's a coon ass. He's all the way down at the bottom of Louisiana. And I used to think that was a bad word, but no, that's what they call themselves. They're coon ass.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd played video games with him for years, and the whole time I thought he was black. There's just no question he's black. And then I met him. Man, why do you sound like that? He's like, because I'm coon ass. They all talk like that.
Yeah, it's a little area, right? The whole area is like that.
Yeah, and but the thing is, I can't play video games with him anymore because he's so good. I can't compete in his lobbies.
Yeah, it definitely makes the lobbies tough. I get walked all over if I'm not.
Let me tell you something about them coon ass people, man. If you can find you a coon ass friend and go to Louisiana, you will experience things in Louisiana hanging out with some coon ass that you are not going to experience without them. Dude, they live lives down there, dude. They have a good time.
I'd like to, man, because we went down to Louisiana last year, and we really didn't have a great time there. It was. We didn't have a whole lot of time. We kind of came into it, blind.
Yeah.
Didn't know really where to be.
I don't enjoy touristy Louisiana.
Yeah, that was we were trying to. So I always try to like. So like I found like Fort Payne. You know, like that's my speed. Like I like the little. It's got a small little town. It's got a lot of like natural beauty around it.
Right.
There's not a whole lot of that in Louisiana. Like that's kind of tough to find. You know, like
yeah, Fort Payne's a tiny town.
I love Fort Payne.
Yeah. Well, how'd you end up in Fort Payne again?
Well, my mom's boyfriend, they live. His family lived there for a little bit because his dad was military.
Yeah.
And he kind of talked. He told me about it, and then I started looking into just the area in general.
Yeah.
I was gonna stop and do some fishing in there when I was going through,
Yeah.
but I found a really cool place to stay that has these 1800s cabins that they shipped up to their property.
Is that up in Mentone or down in town?
It's
at the foot of a mountain. If you go up the top of that mountain, that's considered Mentone. There's a bunch of cabins.
Yeah. Actually, it's not in Fort Payne, but we had to go through Fort Payne to get there.
It's
like a town over or something.
Yeah.
But
was it kind of on a mountain?
Yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah,
It's kind of where the gorges are.
Yeah, you were in Mentone.
Yeah, I mean, it was insanely beautiful. It looked like freaking like a Hobbit house, like the way that the boulders are peeking through the real soft grasses and stuff.
Yeah, definitely Mentone.
It was nice. I could disappear in a place like that. You never.
How boring Fort Payne is, though. A high percentage of the dancers at the club I worked at are from Fort Payne.
Oh yeah.
There's nothing to do in Fort Payne.
I mean,
Not
for
a
me,
whole lot of job opportunities in Fort Payne either.
I'd be fishing and shit all the time.
Did you go to that little coffee shop downtown?
No, we
a really cool little hip coffee shop downtown that had a video game room downstairs. They had like Xboxes and PlayStations. You could go down there and play LAN with your buddies, but still be online too.
No, I think we stopped.
They moved down here from up north and opened this really cool little coffee shop in downtown.
Cool. I think we stopped at some little forget what it was. They had a bunch of stuff on the walls though.
Yeah. Did you go to the Alabama fan club?
Nah.
That's where the group Alabama
fan
clubs, because they're from Fort Payne.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at all the lakes, like, oh man, I can get so much shit here. Like,
yeah, Fort Payne's a beautiful place.
I had so much good luck fishing down in the south, man. It's like so different than the north.
It's almost so nice. Easier.
Yeah, it's nice though. You know, you go out, you can actually have a good day. You know, like
if you hear a guy talk about I went fishing today, didn't catch anything, you're like, what the fuck? What do you mean you didn't catch anything?
Yeah, what did you do?
Yeah, I mean you can tie a washer on a line and hook a hook to it. You'll catch I ain't kidding, you'll catch a basket full of fish with a washer.
Yep.
They don't even require expensive lures to catch fish down here. They're just everywhere.
Yeah, I was traveling with my mom the one time we were heading down south in her RV, and they stay at these things called harvest hosts.
Yeah.
So as you're traveling, they have all these different, farms or whoever can sign up as a harvest host, and they don't charge you anything to stay on the property, but you have to buy something that they make.
Right.
So some of them will be like wine places. Some is like a cattle farm. They got beef and milk and stuff like that. And the one farm we stayed on, they told us you can go fishing in the pond that's down at the back of the farm.
Yeah.
And we were like, we're probably not going to catch much, but we'll go check it out. We got nothing to do for like 6 hours.
Right.
Dude, we caught 30 fish out of this little pond.
Yeah.
And the entire time we were fishing, we had their Labrador chasing our lure.
Yeah.
So every time we'd cast, the Labrador would jump in the lake and chase our lures. We have to reel it in real fast to get it before the dog grabbed it. We still catch 30 fish.
Yeah.
And I was like blown away.
Yeah. Yeah. The next time you come down to Fort Payne, dude, you're only about 15, 20 minutes away from Tigers for Tomorrow. It's a tiger reserve.
Oh, cool.
A lot of Joe Exotic's tigers end up there. But
okay.
They do not breed. It's not a breeding program. They just give these tigers a comfortable place to live out their life. And they get them from all over. But they got tigers and lions and bears, and it's really cool. But
that is cool.
Like Johnson's Giant Food here in town, when their meat goes out of date, that's where it goes. They come by and pick it up by the truckloads of out of date meat to feed all those animals. And a lot of the rich people around here, they don't own the tiger, but they sponsor.
They sponsor it, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a couple wolf places up here that are similar to that.
But like, if
I don't
you
know where the
went
hell they're getting the
from Fort
wolves
Payne to
from.
my
It sounds
house, if you took a couple day trip from Fort Payne to my house, which is not far away, but you got Tigers for Tomorrow, then you got Wills Creek Winery, cool little winery. They make a lot of muscadine wine. You ever ate muscadines?
yeah, I like Moscato a lot.
Yeah.
So it's just
Right. They make some pretty cool local muscadine, and then as you work your way on into Gadsden, you can get here and you can visit Back 40 Beer Company. You know, they got all their microbrews on tap. They got they serve. It's not cheap to eat there, but they've always got like really good gourmet farm to table food. There's some cool stuff to do here.
Yeah, I love Alabama, man. I mean, because there's a little bit of everything. If you want to get to the cities are there. You know, if you want to go to the gorges are there. If you want to go down south, you can go way down. You can get beachy. You know, like I got a friend of mine owns Milo's Tea.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's cool.
And he's from down there. He's got property all over the country though.
I haven't talked to him. Milo's in my refrigerator right now.
I was the one I think that convinced him to get the lemonade going.
Yeah.
When I met him in Antigua on the islands, and I met him at the bar, and I mean we drank all night long, man. That guy I don't know how he made it back to his hotel room.
They got pretty good burgers too. For fast food, Milo's is probably the best burger in the South.
I didn't know they did the fast food, did they?
Yeah, they've opened fast food restaurants all over the place. Milo's Burgers.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's just a hamburger with barbecue sauce and onions on it. It's really popular.
Yeah, that's great, man. I'm glad. I haven't talked to him in a few years. Me and him.
Milo's is he's probably a billionaire at this point. He's probably moved past a millionaire.
Oh yeah, he was moving up big time back then when they were just doing tea.
In the South, you either make your own sweet tea, or you have Milo's. Nothing else is acceptable.
Yeah, Milo's is damn good, man. And you know what else I like? I like that Joe tea. Comes in the glass bottles.
I ain't tried that.
Because that one's got like really few ingredients in it. It's not all like it's not 30 ingredients in a tea.
That's the problem with Milo's. It's not a problem. I'm glad of it. But like a lot of small stores won't carry Milo's because there's no preservative in it, and just like milk, it's got an expiration date.
Right.
But Milo's won't pull it if it's out of date. If you bought it and it goes out of date, you just lost.
Yeah.
Because like a lot of milk companies here, if you put their milk on the shelf and it doesn't sell and it goes out of date, they just replace it. You don't have to pay for milk that went bad.
Right.
Milo's don't do that, and I don't blame them. But
yeah,
that's one reason why a lot of small gas stations don't have it.
Yeah, I was surprised when I started seeing Milo's up here. I was really happy for him because we were talking about it, and we were talking about like things he could probably.
Well, I tell you what's big in the South.
If he thought he could expand it,
is he went to the lemonade and then he started mixing them. So now you can buy a gallon that's half sweet tea and half lemonade. It looks a little murky in the jug. It's not pretty, but it's pretty good.
It's damn good. I'm a big Arnold Palmer fan.
Pretty good stuff.
I do whiskey and lemonade and tea.
Yeah, Alabama, if I'm not mistaken, because I've watched a lot of documentaries on the state, because I discover things that are here that I didn't know about, and I've lived here my whole life. But I think it's the most biodiverse state in the country because they have everything. You've got mountains, you got the beach, you got plains. You got a little bit of everything here.
Yeah, people don't really realize that about New Jersey too. The northwest side of New Jersey is freaking. I mean, it's hundreds of miles of woods and mountains.
Wow. Like I didn't know that they raise more cattle in New York State than they do in Texas.
Yep, and I think Florida's the biggest for cattle, right?
I don't know. I don't know any.
That surprised me when I heard about that. I didn't think there was cattle.
The thing is, in Texas, is it takes like 14 acres per head because the grass is so sparse.
Yeah.
You can buy a calf here on 1 acre. You can literally put up one string of electric fence on 1 acre of grass and feed that thing out until it's ready for slaughter on 1 acre because we have so much grass. Well, in Texas, it takes like, I think it's either 12 or 14 acres. But it's so much cheaper out there because that grass is very resilient. It grows back. It's got a lot more nutrients in it. So that's why Texas is so big for cattle because you just let them go.
Yeah.
They don't eat much, but what they eat's way healthier. Where here it's just a lot of green filler. They're not getting a whole lot of nutrients.
Yeah, I wonder. I was
Undisputed
wondering about it.
over 4 million beef cows and 12 to 13 million total cattle driven by vast ranching land. What are you talking about, Zach? Oh, Texas. Oh, well, I apologize. I could have swore I read that New York had more cattle than Texas.
There was that giant fire recently, right? That wrecked a lot of, I mean, thousands of heads of cattle.
You ever been through Texas? Like, not the cities.
No.
We had to go to College Station. My brother runs a cattle ranch in Georgia, and we went out there to pick up 2 Brahmas to bring back. Apparently, if you breed a Brahma, I can't remember which way it goes, but I think it's if you breed a Brahma bull to a Hereford cow, they make what's called a F1 tiger. They're like these tiger stripe cows. It doesn't mean anything. You don't make any more money off the meat. It's just for looks. And believe it or not, farmers will spend a lot of money to make their herd look a certain way. But we went out there, dude. It's just what shocked me was the number of high fence game reserves out there. Like we were driving through Texas, and I'm seeing ebu and like shit from Africa in Texas.
Yeah,
they ship it over here. They've got an 8-foot high chain link fence with electric fence around the top of it. That you can go out there and pay to hunt. But the whole time I was in Texas, I never saw a stitch of green grass.
Yeah, it's all tan.
Midsummer, everything's tan. The grass is tan, but apparently it's
flat darker.
Yeah, apparently it's high in nutrients when the cows do eat it.
I don't know that a lot of cattle do real well up here in New Jersey. Anybody I know that's got them, they're massive, man.
Yeah,
they still got to cut the grass.
Like a lot of the Midwest states, I'd never heard of this either. They're fence them out states. What that means is, if you own land there, it's your responsibility to fence your neighbor's cattle off your land. So if you don't have a fence and their cattle comes on your property and grazes, that's completely legal. If you want them off your property, you have to fence them off to keep them out. That's why a lot of people do. They just turn those cows loose. They know, last time we saw this cow was over here 6 days ago. It can only move so many miles a day. They go for weeks without ever even laying eyes on their cattle.
Yeah. See, that's crazy. But like, what was that? What was a show about that? Is that the hell's that show? Yellowstone or something?
Yeah.
Talking about cattle, feeding on the sheep herders' land and all this other stuff. Like, I'm sure there's so much of that shit that goes on.
Oh yeah.
So much debate and fighting and
especially out there, because like here, you're responsible. If your cattle get out here and get on somebody else's property, they may be able to keep it. You're responsible for keeping your cattle on your property. Well, out in the Midwest, you're responsible for keeping other people's cattle off your property. You have to fence them out. But
yeah, it's weird how I guess those laws all kinds of got they got changed, I guess, by the moment. Whoever was in charge out there at the time, but knowing all the land dispute, it seems like a crazy option to go with.
Yeah, I was watching this young girl. She's trying to build. She bought this piece of high desert property somewhere out in the Midwest, and she was going to build a hay home. So they brought out all these bales of hay and had them all stacked up. And she woke up the next morning, and it was all gone.
What?
The local farmer's entire herd smelled that hay and came on her property and was out there all night and ate almost every bit of it. She calls the authorities, and that's when she found out this is a fence them out state. If you don't want the cows eating your hay, you have to stop them.
Damn.
He wasn't liable for all that money she lost because they ate up all her hay that she was going to build her house out of.
Damn. I mean, I would probably try to be a nice guy and help her out, but like,
and he may have. Most of those guys have got a surplus of hay. But
yeah.
It's just weird going to other places like that and realizing how much different people live. Like when I was in Texas, we couldn't find anything to eat in Texas that wasn't Mexican food.
Yeah.
Like
That's a
there
problem
were
for
no
me.
burger shops. Everything, all in the area we were at, somewhere between here and College Station. If you stopped at a gas station, they had burritos. Like everything that's all those people eat. Everything's wrapped in a tortilla.
See, I can't stand that when I go to places like I was in Maryland last week, and the same kind of thing. It was either like Applebee's and 50 other Mexican restaurants, and I don't like to pay for beans and rice. I'm sorry, I won't do it. I will not do that. I'll go to my neighbor, and if they're making something, I'll gladly go eat with them. I love the food, the taste. I won't pay for it.
Once or twice a year. I don't hate it, but I don't care enough for it to pay for it.
Yeah, I'm not going to pay for it. It's like I'm not going to go to Taco Bell.
I don't
ever.
I can't eat cooked peppers and onions. I can't digest them. But if you don't eat peppers and onions, you're wasting your time walking into a Mexican. Because even if you order it without the peppers and onions, it's not very good.
It's kind of bland. Yeah, at that point you kind of cut out half the shit.
Eat it. So yeah, I love the idea of a Philly cheesesteak sandwich, but order one without the peppers and onions.
Yeah. I mean, I do that, but I'll add other shit to it, bacon and ketchup or something fucking weird, you know.
Hey, I get it, man. I lived out there for 4 years. I loved it too. Like I said, you get outside of certain pockets, and the West Coast is an amazing place to live. You know, I had a conversation with Patina Turner, who lives in Southern Cal, and he was talking about, he's like, Shane, what people don't understand is y'all see all this stuff on the news about our politics and about how this place is going to shit. He's like, I'm telling you, my life hasn't changed at all. It's like nothing is different. And he's in Southern Cal, like on the beach, on the beach. He's like, my life's the same as it was when I was a kid. Nothing's bad. Like you're not getting the whole story,
It's all surrounded by politics. You know what I mean? It's a leverage, one way or the other. Yeah. It's the same reason Texas gets real weird every 4 years, because if they flip Texas blue, they'll never need the electoral college again. Right. And that state is going to be torn apart over and over again by both sides until somebody actually stakes the land. Yeah. And that's just not going to happen in the U.S. It's always going to go back and forth. Right. Texas is always going to be in contention. New Jersey's always going to be a blue state now. It's just so, it's a damn show. It's a big game. And if you kind of choose to opt out, you can live a normal life. You don't have to fight for all these things that these people are trying to get us to fight for.
Right.
And California's a perfect example.
Yeah, we see these protests on television, but if you watch enough, if you research it enough, they've got those cameras set up at certain angles where it looks like the whole fucking city is on fire and everybody's fighting. But actually, it's like 17 people being stupid in front of the camera, a block away. Normal life is happening. Nobody gives a shit about that stuff. But
yeah, they tried to go the other way with it when they were like, no, it's a mostly peaceful protest and there's everything's on fire behind them. Like they just can't get it right. They just have to spin it.
Yeah. It's just a small group of people and a small group of politicians making it seem like California's on fire and sucks, but it don't.
You're right, Mitten State, man.
If you went to a certain part of Birmingham and filmed there all day and said, this is what Alabama's like.
Yeah.
That's not what I experienced in Alabama. This is a great place to live. Visalia, California was one of my favorite places. Very high Hispanic population, all really good people, high female Portuguese population, and I really love that. But I just didn't have those experiences out there. The only issue I had in California, apparently, they don't like big white boys in Fresno. I never had a good experience in Fresno. And if you're in the military, and people can tell if you're in the military, your haircut, the way you carry yourself, you're not welcome at any local beach. The surfers are going to fuck with you. They don't like military. But it's because while they're out there surfing, their girlfriends are on base getting railed. So I can understand why they don't like military. But it's the truth. I mean, that's I wish I was saying that just to poke at them, but that's just the truth. But everywhere else I visited in California was awesome.
The thing about California, like my buddy lives out there. His regular ass house is $850,000.
Right.
You know, that's the kind of stuff where I'm just like, dude, and it's getting that way here.
Yeah, but
I bought my house for
rental
$210,000.
income's probably the same as yours. Like, even though he may make $1 million a year, man, that's awesome. But his cost of living, at the end of the day, how much do you have left to put back? I'd be willing to bet most of the people in California is the same as people here. We don't make here much, but I paid $8,000 for this house.
He doesn't really make money. He makes less than I do.
Oh.
His girl has a real good job. She's like a manager for some sports things. Or that was his ex. So I don't even know if he still lives there, but like it was a regular ass house, man. It was nothing special at all. Almost $1 million. Like,
to tell you my experience with Fresno, every time I went to Fresno, it's like the entire population were all Nate Diaz. Like, hundreds of thousands of Nate Diaz's everywhere. And no matter how nice and how respectful I was, one of them had to prove to their buddies they can whip that big white guy. I had to fight my way out of Fresno every time I went. I never started any shit. Always had my hat in my hand, but somebody had to prove they could whip that big white. Now, I'm a fan of Nate watching him on television, but I promise you, if you're a white boy walking through Fresno and there's thousands of copies of that guy fucking with you, it's not fun.
Yeah, no, he's not one of those probably people that are enjoyable to be around.
Right.
Like unless you're there to go, start some ruckus, then he's probably great. But like, there's probably no chill.
Right. Yeah, I didn't enjoy that, but everywhere else. Now, I never went to San Francisco. We just never had the urge to go to San Francisco.
I heard San Francisco's a damn nightmare right now, and I just don't know enough. I've never been there, so I don't know if it's true or not.
But I bet you there's a whole bunch of people living in a suburb somewhere that are completely happy, just ecstatic that they live there. That's the thing the news nobody wants to talk about is the majority of the people who are happy and don't have issues. Always see bad shit.
It's weird. Like, I live in New Jersey, so there's that weird mix of like the township I live in was the last Republican township, in 100 miles of this place.
Yeah.
And we had a lot of farms here. We had a lot of like open land, even though it was kind of small.
Yeah.
They're all gone now. All the corn farms, they're gone. Everything is gone. Ever since Democrats took over.
Because when people ask me how I vote, first of all, it's none of their business. But I do typically vote Republican, but it's not because I'm a Republican.
Yeah.
Because every year I look at the candidates and I think, which one of these are going to want the most control? Which one's going to try to tell me what I can and can't do the most? And I vote for the other. And that's almost always the Republican guy. And it might not even be real. Maybe they do. Because I'm not happy with how everything's going right now. But
no, not at all.
Die-hard Republican. I just, if you're talking about, we're gonna, force your kids to go to school and they have to learn this curriculum and you can't have guns, and I'm just not voting for that dude.
Yeah, exactly. Like honestly, the way that the Constitution lays things out, seems to be pretty sensible. Our rules don't come from them.
So I didn't even know that till just a handful of years ago. I didn't know
the Constitution
what describes a conservative and a liberal, but it's their view on the Constitution. Do you conserve the Constitution and live by it, or do you apply your laws liberally to the Constitution?
Right.
That's what it used to be. Now it means you're fucking crazy. You're attacking people on the street.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more of a libertarian.
Yeah.
When I look at things.
Yeah. I just want to be left alone, and I want you to be able to do your thing, man.
Right, and I want everybody else to get left alone. And I feel like everybody should have equal grounds, equal rights.
Yeah.
I don't understand how it could be even. I don't even understand the confusion.
Right.
I'm confused by the confusion.
I am too.
Like, what the hell's okay? Johnny gets that. Davey gets that. Shane gets that. We all get that. There is no just stop anything. You know, I need to get a leg up on somebody with someone. You know, I'm tired of it, man.
Yeah.
All the throat stepping. I can't. I don't like it. I can't stand it. I can't stand what's going on right now overseas. Just ludicrous.
None of it makes sense. None
No.
of it.
Well,
And
it makes sense on a
people
scale
keep
that we're
reaching out
not paying
to me.
attention to.
People keep reaching out to me, talking about, look what you boys doing. Look what you boy. Whoever said he was my boy? Because first of all, I didn't even fucking vote for him. So why everybody thinks he's my boy? Do I agree with how it's being handled?
If you fly an American flag, you're seen as like a right-wing extremist.
Right. Which is stupid.
Yeah, which it's just patriotic. I love the country I'm from. I love the country that my parents, my grandparents, everybody else worked, died. You know, like this is what we're doing here.
I think it would be super simple. If you look at every other country that has went in the direction of what a lot of people want our country to go into, they all turned to shit. The result has never been good.
Well, that's the design. The problem is they get people to understand this little piece so they can gain control. The people don't understand what they're doing to themselves. They're giving everything away.
Yeah.
And they'll fight you to give your shit away too.
Right.
That blows my mind.
Yeah.
How could you be convinced to give up your stuff and everybody else's stuff?
Yeah.
And why all of a sudden do we trust government? When did that happen? Because Trump got in, and
that's what they gained from all this division. Like, I see people constantly defending their side to a T, and even when you bring up the evil shit they're doing, they just won't even acknowledge. They just have to win. My side has to win. I have to be right, and I have to be able to tell you how wrong you were. Like,
it's got me to the point where I won't even watch sports.
The government, nobody's, everybody's just they're arguing with each other. People want to hate me because they think I believe something. They take the time to ask. But what's that doing for the current situation? Nothing.
Well, what it's given, it's the same thing as like the Patriot Act. You know, like they'll pass that kind of crap when we're all worried about something else.
Yeah.
You know, midnight on Christmas, guess what? Both sides screwed us over. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's always the same story. It's Pepsi or Coke. You know, they both play both sides of the thing until somebody gets paid.
Yeah.
It's only a contest when it comes down to the elections. Every other time, they're all buddy-buddy.
And you said it right, when you said government, because like Yako just said, do we really think, does anybody really believe that we elect a president and he's in charge of the whole free world? That dude is a face. He is a somebody they put on television to say things. I don't pretend to know who runs this shit, but it's probably the people that own Pfizer, BlackRock, and Kraft Foods, and those are the people running the shit. The people with all the money are running the shit.
Yeah, I mean, we can obviously tell.
Office is just their mouthpiece.
What is that saying? Like, you can tell who's really in charge because you can't insult them. You can insult Trump all day.
Yeah.
Nobody says anything about it. They will support you. They'll put you on a platform to insult Trump. And he's supposed to be the leader. He's clearly not the leader. You can't talk shit about the leader.
Right.
It doesn't work like that.
Who can you not? What are you getting at, Boogie?
There's a certain group of people right now that seem to be on top of some stuff. So
they can literally end you financially just for speaking negatively about a certain group of people.
All day, every day, if not just come to your house and end you physically,
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they're not playing.
Yeah, their version of the CIA, dude, they operate all over the world. They can answer to no one. They kill whoever the fuck they want. They do whatever they want.
And now they own our guys too. So
yeah. I've asked a lot of questions trying to figure out how they have this much power. Like, why?
It's called usury.
Huh?
It's called usury.
Usury.
Yeah. They were the only group of people that were allowed by their own religion to commit usury.
What's usury?
It's like giving a loan for interest. That was flat out. That was flat out illegal in every country, in every religion, in everything except for that one group of people. And that's why they were removed from over like 100 countries. Because no matter how many times.
Instagram? God, this is probably a mistake. Have you seen that guy on Instagram that puts up the reels? He's the guy that counts how many Jews there are in things.
No.
I'm not anti anything.
Yeah.
I believe our definition of, I don't think the people we're talking about are the same people that the Bible talked about.
Nah.
But anyway, he's just this guy that researches how many of a certain group of people there are in things. And then he shows how the fact that they're 0.2% of the population and how overrepresented they are and everything.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, isn't it?
It is, you know. But what's funny is how he doesn't take himself seriously. I'm sure he catches a lot of hate. And
God.
He even adds people that aren't even Jewish. And he admits it. Like, he's constantly putting Bill Gates in there. But he puts
so here's the thing.
To piss people off, but that dude is hilarious.
Here's the thing that confuses me the most about that whole particular subject. That is a religion. It is nothing more than a religion.
I think there's so many different. Like, I think you say the word Jewish,
yeah,
and it gets applied to. I don't think that Jewish applies to the Israeli government. I don't think Jewish has anything to do with Messiah. I think it's so much more complicated than just applying the tag of somebody being Jewish. Because I've known lots of really good Jewish people.
I think they like to make it more complicated because you have a lot of people throughout time that have joined into the Jewish religion because at a certain time, all countries kind of were forced to pick one of three.
Right.
And if you wanted to be accepted in that large group, in that group of countries, you had to have a church, a specific church, one or the other.
Right. I think the word Jewish describes people associated to a certain religion. But what I'm getting at is I don't think that's the same thing as the evil group of people who are trying to rule the world.
Well, that was kind of my point. They were forced to choose that religion as like their cover. Yeah.
Umbrella. Yeah.
Right. So that was, but I just don't understand where it went from. Like, Jewish is not like it's not a nationality.
Right.
Jewish is just a religion.
Right.
It's a faith. I can become Jewish next week.
Yeah.
You know, I don't understand how it gets so convoluted though. Like, who's confusing things? Is it the people trying to pretend to be Jewish, like the Khazarians or the Ashkenazis? You know, like they're not Jews from Israel. They're Jews from Europe.
Yeah.
And that was a chosen religion that has like the Rothschilds.
Right.
They're not actual like Hebrew Jewish people. They're Ashkenazi Jews from like Ukraine and like the Poland.
Yeah.
They're the Bolsheviks.
You're talking about bloodlines in Hebrew. I mean, the people in Palestine
exactly
are the same bloodline.
Right.
Yeah. And I guess you're right. And Yako actually made a good point. It says Bibi would have you conflate the race with the religion, with the country.
Exactly.
Shield. You're a Nazi if you stand up against it. It's right.
Exactly. So I got a lot of my friends.
It is a very touchy subject. Speaking on it, you know, I could lose viewers or subscribers tonight saying it, but
yeah,
you know,
but it's because of that exact point. Though.
About a group of people. Yeah. I'm talking about the same thing you're talking about, and Yako's talking about this mysterious power or group of people with this power that are hiding under an umbrella, and they have us so confused about everything.
Yep. So even if the the Jews were persecuted on this, you know, say like the U.S. backed out completely,
yeah,
and Iran moved in and started just, you know, massacring wholesale anybody that had the little star,
yeah,
You know, like I think that's almost what they want, these other people. Because I think the same thing happened after World War II. Like, who's that guy that's always messing around in politics in the US? Old dude.
Soros.
Yes. Soros is a perfect example of that. He was supposedly Jewish, right? But he was helping the Nazis go door to door, stealing rings off people's fingers, like as evil as it gets against his own people.
Right.
But I think that same exact thing is being, pushed right now.
Right.
I don't think the people that are running things and making all those evil decisions even live in Israel.
Probably not.
I don't even think, I think those are just I wouldn't say like a sacrificial lamb, but I think that they're like the scapegoat, the people that are Jewish by, heritage over, generation after generation after generation. I think they'll be led to the slaughter by these people that have just picked up the book last week and decided to jump on board,
Yeah.
So, but it's crazy.
The thing is, this plan, this thing that they've implemented, is going to continue to work as long as we're fighting over all this other bullshit.
Oh, the plans are all in place. You ever heard of places like Mount Zion, all that other shit? Those are the places that are going to be, moved to. Argentina's burning down right now because they're buying up all Argentina.
Well, Argentina's kind of been fucked since World War II, ain't it?
Well, that's because that's where Hitler went.
Right.
And then now the same thing's kind of happening in reverse.
What's crazy about that is they didn't even hide it.
No.
Like, you could just drive down the street and every house had a Nazi flag hanging off.
Yeah. They had like carved stone buildings.
We act like we won a war. What we did was like, hey, if y'all stop fighting, we'll move y'all all down to Argentina. You can continue on with your way of life. We're going to say we won, and that be the end of it. And that's what they did, except for all the rocket scientists. We had them and brought them to Huntsville.
Yeah, and all the disease specialists and shit too.
Yeah, they were doing all that same grotesque human testing down in Argentina that they were doing in Germany. It never stopped.
Yeah, Mengele went to Brazil.
Yeah.
There's a whole, they followed him through history through Brazil, and everywhere he went, all the towns he went to had a sudden explosion of twins and triplets and quadruplets. And because he was really into, at first, he was really into getting like cattle and pigs, stuff like that to be identical.
Yeah.
And so it went from that to humans and back and forth. But
here's the thing, though,
sick
I don't know
bastards.
how to fight it because I don't even know what the fight is. I don't know what the end game. I don't even know what their goal is at the end of the day.
There's a guy who does a lot of game theory. He's from China. I've been watching him a little bit recently, and a lot of people hate on him because one, he's from China, so they think he's automatically a Chinese stooge or whatever, And he basically game theories out countries that are safe with water, safe with oil, and safe with food. Yeah. And he does like big maps and he game theories everything out. And he's probably pretty close. He's probably pretty damn close at this point. And he's talking about, like the future of everything. Like he kind of separate, like, so the US is going to eventually take Mexico. It's going to eventually take Canada. It's going to eventually take Greenland. Russia is eventually going to take, Ukraine, a couple other Baltic places, for access to water and stuff like that. Because we're in the age of Aquarius, and everything is going to come down to the sea lanes and the water travel, everything water.
Yeah, we're seeing that every day on TV right now.
Yep, I'm telling you, and it's going to come down to even like Israel will quit going to war with Gaza as soon as they can get a canal put in.
Yeah.
I'd put $1 million on it today. The day that canal is finished.
Bugsy, it's not necessarily about the oil. It's about these enormous solar fields that they're wanting to build out there and the access they need to run these high voltage wires into places like Germany and Great Britain and stuff from the Middle East.
Yeah, but they're all messed up with that though, because they need China for that. And I think China's going to end up taking Australia.
Dude, how much better a world would it have been all along if we did it like we used to, and everybody just pitched in and helped make all this shit work so that everybody could live comfortably.
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice, man?
Yeah, that would have been pretty good, in my opinion.
It's just crazy to me. I actually thought about this the other day when I woke up. Like, have you ever heard of Pepe Orsini?
I haven't.
He's one of the few people. He's probably like the top, like, most powerful, probably like top 10 most powerful people in the world of all time. He runs like he's like the gray pope in the Vatican. He's not the white pope. He's not the black pope. He's like the gray pope, which the black pope runs the Jesuits and the military arm of the Vatican, and the white pope runs the religious end and the business end. The gray pope sits above both of them, and he and his family have been in that position for a really long time. And I was thinking to myself, like, I wonder what like shakes him, like what gets to him in the morning when he wakes up, like what's that worry that he's got in his head,
Right?
You know, like those people of that kind of power. I'm always curious. I want to just sit down and have a beer with them. I don't drink beer, but like, you know, like I want to see where the human part is. You know, like what's your daily thing, you know, like, or what's the thing that you love or hate, you know, like, or afraid of.
Yeah.
Like I always wonder about stuff like that. The Orsini family, the people out of Azerbaijan, like they live in a whole nother planet.
Right.
Like the royalty over there, that's not, we don't see we don't know their names. We don't know who they are. We don't know what they do. Billions? They don't have billions. They have trillions. They have money that's not even fathomable.
Right.
It makes the Saudis look like nobodies, you know, and it's crazy. And you don't hear about them. Nobody talks about people like this. You don't hear about the Orsini family. You don't hear about shit like that unless you're into, like, you know, tinfoil hat range, and then you can't get any real information. So I don't know. The whole thing interests me. The Vatican's always been super interesting to me. The stuff they hide, the stuff they don't hide, like the fact that they've switched. I mean, it's incredible watching the history through it. You know, all the wars when Germany was trying to fight and kill the Pope, and it's so much crazy shit, man.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, we now have so much information put in front of us.
Yeah. That's why I'm reading this, though.
A large majority of it is bullshit, but we're bombarded with so much of it that we don't know what to believe.
Yeah.
But it's a whole lot easier. It's a whole lot easier for us to fight over some orange-skinned guy with a funky haircut. That's low-hanging fruit. We can all just argue over Donald Trump and forget about the fact that he's just a face to some. Do you really think that guy, among all these elites, the people who are actually running the bank, do you really think that they looked at him and thought, that's a perfect guy to run the free world? Like that's the guy. There are people out there that could do it, but you're never going to see those people in that position because it's a proxy. It's just a face on television.
Yeah, well, you're never going to get somebody that
to hate and the other half to defend, even when they're wrong.
I don't think you'll ever get anybody that genuinely wants to do. I don't think you seek power at that level unless you're already kind of messed up.
Absolutely.
And I don't think that
the only president we've had that I wasn't convinced about on that, and he had a horrible presidency, was Jimmy Carter. I don't think Jimmy Carter was greedy. I don't think he desired power. I think he truly wanted to help the country. And when his own party, the Democrats, realized that they couldn't use him to do all this corrupt shit, they turned against him and made the whole 4 years a complete waste.
You know, and there is totally something to be said for what Trump did. But it's the anarchist in me that appreciates it.
Right.
It's not the responsible conservative of me that loves what Trump did. What Trump did, he was a freaking nuke in the Republican Party. And I loved it because I hated people like Bush. Couldn't stand Bush or anybody like him even, or just, you know, the whole cliquey Skull and Bones stuff, that whole crew.
Yeah.
They sicken me. That shit sickens me. And I loved that Trump wasn't in that. And then when he got into their stuff, he shit all over them guys.
Yeah.
Those guys were almost, in tears on TV. And I would love, I don't know if you ever saw the video of at George Bush Sr.'s funeral.
I did.
When they all got that letter, they all got that envelope.
Yeah, you've talked about it, but I don't know what it was
Dude,
about.
that's a super interesting video to watch. And I don't think we'll ever know what was in those envelopes.
Yeah.
But everybody that read that envelope,
You know what Senior did before he was president, right?
He was a CIA chief.
Yeah.
And he was he had so many crazy positions.
I have a family member that was his right-hand man at the CIA.
That's crazy stuff.
That's where I've got a lot of my information. People used to make fun of me, and half the community turned their back on me because I called out their favorite YouTuber for lying. And I didn't Google some shit. I have a personal connection with a Korean gentleman. His family was in debt in Korea, and the government sold his entire family to China. They were moved to China as slave labor because they owed money they couldn't pay. And a handful of them escaped into Taiwan, and Taiwan helped them get here. He still has family members. He's got several family members, but one of them right now is in Shenzhen, in that industrial complex where they make knives. He's been there for 20-something years as a slave. And every now and then I can get little pieces of information because his life's at risk. If I was to even say who what my friend's name is.
Yeah.
And it takes me months to find something out because when they do get to speak to him, what Shane wants to know about knives is not the most important thing they have to talk about. But, that's how I found out what I found out. And then I kept saying it and nobody believed me. So then we were all in that little knife group on the little YouTubers Instagram chat when a company reached out to Lefty about making some knives for him. And Lefty's telling us, hey, this guy from, I ain't going to say the company, this guy from this particular company is wanting to do business. I said, well, Lefty, ask him. He's like, ask him what? I said, ask him if all those knives aren't made by the same people in the same factories. To my surprise, Lefty asked him. But even to my bigger surprise, the guy told him the truth. He's like, yes, all shared. The only thing different is the design and the marketing company. So he got that information direct from the source on a Wednesday night. And the next night on a Thursday, he was making fun of me for saying it on his live stream. That's when I lost respect for so many of them. Was even after they knew the truth, they still made fun of me for saying what I had said, even though I knew it to be a fact before I ever said it. I didn't walk into that fight with my hands in my pocket. I had all the facts before I ever opened my mouth, which is typically what I do anyway. Sometimes I'll assume something, and if I'm wrong, I'll admit it. But if I'm going to put my neck on the line and my reputation on the line, you can bet your ass that I know what I'm talking about before I talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of always been able to take advantage of the fact that I don't have a reputation. So I've been able to say a lot of shit and get away with it. But being on
a lot of those guys still tolerate me, but they don't. I'm not in their little chat groups anymore.
I'm sure, given enough time, there'll be quite a few of these guys that don't favor my presence.
Right.
But
John was in those chat groups for a while. Stevie was in them for a while. So I would hear secondhand what they were saying about me. And don't get me wrong, it made me feel good to know that I was living rent-free in their head. They would bring up a topic and how they were going to cover it, and somebody would be like, well, what about Shane? They were nervous because they knew they were full of shit, and they knew I'd call it out, and they didn't like it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because then you have to be considered. You have to consider the backlash before it comes out.
Right.
Yeah. I got friends like that, but they know they won't invite me to certain shit, or they just won't.
You remember the big deal when all these the big wigs at Kaiser left and started Concept? You're not
No.
into Chinese knives, so you wouldn't. Everybody in the chat does. Everybody remember when Concept came online, and we found out that it was all these disgruntled execs from Kaiser that started their own company. No, that's not what happened. How that works is Kaiser released the sheepdog. The sheepdog made them millions of dollars. It literally drugged them from obscurity into mainstream. The sheepdog did. But when they realized they could make that much money, the Chinese government did take a handful of those executives and started a new company called Concept and made you think that they were competing with one another when they were the same fucking people in the same plant, the same workers, all the same shit. And everybody just started buying it up. But none of that was real. This has never been real. And
I just don't understand how people don't see through stuff already. Like, don't you understand that people are just, they're always working at an angle?
The fact that it's a communist country.
Yeah. And
competition's not allowed.
Yeah,
it's not all these knife companies are marketing companies.
Yeah, they're businessmen. They're not.
They're marketing companies.
They don't even give a shit. They don't use the knives. They don't carry them.
They have all these plants. Well, this plant over here, it might not do anything but stamp out liners for liner locks. This plant makes hardware. This plant does nothing but make G10. And then this building over here, they mill the G10. And when you call Best Tech to buy a knife, Best Tech reaches out to each of those, sends them the CAD work. They all make the pieces. It all comes together. Now, could Concept have their own group of people that put them together? I don't know that. Could Riot have it? Entirely possible.
But why would they?
Yeah.
What sense would that be? Like,
there's not any, because it's better business.
Yeah.
It's the same reason in Italy MKM does it. Montiago knife makers. It's a conglomerate. They all make pieces and parts for each other. But yes, there are different brands, but those brands are just marketing companies.
And I don't understand why there's no American companies that are like, hey, why don't we do something like that?
You know? Because we're too competitive. Too competitive.
Well, it's
because the guy running the building that makes the pocket clips is probably not going to make as much money as the guy making the blade, and he can't have that.
Well, that's what I mean.
We're not going to allow that. So instead, I'm going to make the whole knife, and we're going to compete.
So this is where. So this is the conversation where I would want somebody like Donnie that had, you know, a little bit more information than Donnie does about why the communist stuff might be a better option for this type of a business than it is, you know, a capitalist style society.
I can tell you why. Because it doesn't breed progression or you know, if the only company was in China, if Kaiser was the only company or Riot was the only company, there'd be 10, 12 models and nothing would ever get any better.
That's kind of what's happening to a lot of the companies here.
Spyderco chose, instead of trying to be innovative in design, to be innovative in steel, and it's worked for them. You know, Benchmade didn't lean as hard into that. You know, they probably put out more different models than Spyderco does every few years, but it would never work in America because we're too competitive. Because like I said, the guy that's putting in the same amount of hours making the G10 scales, if he doesn't make as much money as the guy making the S30V blade, he eventually he's going to say, fuck this, I'm going to make the whole knife. And now they're all competing with one another. So that competition breeds innovation and things keep progressing. That doesn't happen. The only reason things progress in China is because they progressed here.
Right.
You know, the Americans are making this and it's getting popular. Now we're going to make it.
Right. But then once it all comes full circle and the Chinese stuff is the only thing that we get and it's super expensive, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't see how that circle doesn't start over where another American company might start to see like that benefit until we reach back over here, you know, like, but that's a decade swing, you know, like there's gotta be somebody interested in even Gary's got that nice ass machine. Wow. He could have that thing running 20 hours a day, printing out liners for everybody in the damn country. That's one guy.
The day I was at Alabama Damascus, we were having a conversation and his phone rang and I had to wait on him for half an hour. You know who he was talking to? Kershaw. He took an order to water jet liners for Kershaw.
Yeah.
That's the only way he stays in business. But luckily, it only gets bad when it gets big, because it would be no different than, I consider myself not on paper or anything, but I'm kind of in business with Terry. I'm kind of in business with Kyle, because they help me accomplish what I'm trying to do. But if I was making $10 million a year making these knives, and Terry kicked back and thought, man, I've made a sheath for every one of them some bitches, and I didn't make 200,000 this year, and Shane made 10 million. How long do you think he's going to be willing to make 200,000 if I'm making 10 million?
Well, I don't know. It
Not
depends.
long.
Like, I'm the kind of, it depends on the person, like I'm the kind of guy, if I were to be in a group, say we formed our own little American concept group,
Yeah.
Where eventually we're not necessarily like hands-on with the blades. We're kind of designers and managers, stuff like that, and getting all this stuff going. I just don't get, like, how big does your damn yacht have to be?
I'm the same way.
You know what I mean?
Like, why do I need a fucking 14-bedroom mansion? I don't need
That's what yeah. If I have enough money to live, I'm better off. Like, I want to be comfortable, but I want my people to be better off than me. I want to see everybody else shine.
Right.
I'm not a cutthroat kind of guy, and that's probably why I'll never own a successful business.
Right. And that's why I promote Terry the way I do. Because I won't, like I said, it tickled me to death one of these days if I reached out to Terry, hey man, you make me some sheaths for this night. Dude, I got a fucking $500,000 order. I'd be tickled to death to know that he accomplished that.
It's like that movie,
Not everybody's that way.
It's like Good Will Hunting.
That evil group we were talking about,
mm-hmm.
that's actually running the world, they're not that way.
No. They're the exact opposite.
Yeah.
They love to see everybody else in a shitty position.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll never.
But it's like that movie Good Will Hunting, when he tells his buddy, he was like, every day I wake up and I come to your house and I walk up to your back door and I hope one day you just don't even answer.
Yeah.
Because you're out there doing something better than this.
That's probably the best movie ever written.
It's a good one.
It's incredible in my opinion. But I had a very abusive childhood. So you remember the line when Matt Damon tells him that his dad used to come home and make him pick between the wrench and the belt, and Robin Williams says, well, that's easy. I'd pick the belt. And he's like, no, I picked the wrench because
fuck him. Yeah.
That's the most powerful line in a movie. And number two is when in the town, when Ben Affleck walks into Jeremy Renner and said, we got to go somewhere. We're going to hurt some people, and you can never ask any questions. And he says, whose car we going to take?
Yep. Whose car we taking? Yeah.
Whose car we taking?
Yep. That's one good thing about the boys from up here in the north. Yeah. You will never ride alone.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you got your people up here, you got people that are going all the way.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to remember to appreciate those people. You can't forget that when they're there for you. Like, I know for a fact, if I get into an online argument with somebody online, Kyle's going to be right there arguing with me. Now, 2 hours later, I might find out that he thought I was wrong, and he'll call me. That's put him in that position, but he's got my back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when we even argue publicly about things, but it's never about anything that means anything.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's all for fun.
Right. That night on Pocket Metal, when Pocket Metal, threatened to come to my house and kill my dog and all that shit, and then told me that he wished I'd died in that war. I'm not going to say my feelings were hurt, but that did affect me a little bit. That there was a handful of people that stood up and said, "Hey, this is fucking too far. This is fucked up." And I'll always appreciate those people. Because Javon lost good friends over that. He used to be on there with scotch and things and all them. And, you know, friendships were lost over it because some people were willing to stand up and say, hey, that's too fucking much, man. You went too far.
Well, dude, those are threats that, like,
him threatening me didn't, because look,
I'm not the kind of person that waits.
Right. Everybody that
after
knows me
something
knows
said like
that motherfucker couldn't get 4 inches inside my door without me filling him full of lead. The threats didn't bother me. I'm a little embarrassed to admit this, but killing my dog, none of that bothered me. What bothered me was when he said, I wish you'd died in that fucking war you were in. I'm thinking, you get to be a fucking prick online because people died in a fucking war for you, and you're going to be disrespectful for them, to them, so fuck you. And
yeah,
I don't harbor any heart. The reason why I quit going over there and having anything to do with it was because I honestly felt bad that I had that much control over that man's emotions. Like, it was clearly unhealthy for me to be around him. If I could send him to those lengths, then as a man, it was my responsibility to walk away because I wasn't good for him.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to think, like, what would it take for me to say that to somebody? Like, you would have to threaten me and my shit.
Right.
Like, that'd be the only way that would ever come out of my mouth.
Right. Yeah, that was just like, yeah, me and you both know a lot of people that don't care for Steve Clark. If Steve had shook Jacob's hand at Blade Show, I'd have a completely different feeling about that guy. Now, granted, some people would say he should have punched him in the mouth. Well, that's up to you how far you think it should go. But at least he was man enough to say, fuck you, I ain't shaking your hand. You know what I mean? Because I don't know how many people I see talk shit about somebody and then bump into them at Blade Show. Not even in a knife community. Bump into them in public and act like everything's cool. Because that's what happened to me. You know, when all this beef started with Donnie, I went up to Donnie at Blade Show. It took a lot because I don't like verbal confrontation. But I made myself go speak to him, and he stood there and told me everything was cool, and then wanted to talk shit after. That's when I realized he wasn't a man. You know, fuck that guy.
Yeah, I was super pissed that that dude was talking so much shit about Steve after all that, because it really wasn't his place, and he was talking insane stuff. I don't know if you saw his videos.
Yeah,
I watched him. That guy's out of his damn mind.
Steve was a target because he was controversial, and Jacob saw a clickbaity title and some shit that was going to get some attention.
I think he's been waiting on that moment because I think for some reason he really doesn't like Steve. Some beyond whatever he's talking nonsense about.
Why would he try to shake his hand? Because he's scared.
He's a coward.
Right.
He's a coward.
That's the word. Yeah. Once I realize you're a coward, look, I could still be friendly to you, but my days
I could be cordial.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna like you.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm never gonna ask you for nothing.
Friends with a wimp that gets his ass whipped every day.
Yeah.
As long as he gets up and takes that ass whipping. Like, you ain't got to be a fucking tough guy, but don't be a fucking coward, man. I don't have.
Yeah, that guy Jacob's a total scumbag. Like right when the cops showed up, we were talking because I was right next to him when that was going on.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, and we walked in like the back door. I didn't even notice he was there. And Jacob actually said something to Steve. He was in line getting muffins.
Yeah.
And he was a real asshole to the lady that was giving him his muffins.
Oh, really?
You know, and that's the whole conversation was going on, and he turned around and was a dick to the lady that was just trying to check him out, giving him the muffins.
Yeah.
And like something in my head kind of clicked. Like I started getting that teeth started getting a little tight. You know what I mean? Like I'm almost feeling like I want to move a little faster than I am.
Tension up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just getting a little tight, face getting a little hot. You know, like because especially disrespecting women. Don't come off as trying to talk shit about somebody, and you're in a costume, and then you're going to turn around and talk shit to this lady that really doesn't need to be nice to you.
Right.
You know? And then he goes around, and the cop got in between them and was like, yo, if you guys want to go outside, you can go outside. Because I think Atlanta's like mutual combat or whatever. If you want to go outside and fight, you know.
I didn't get to witness it. I just heard Jacob try to shake his hand and Steve.
Oh, no, I was standing right there next to Steve. Like, we walked in together.
Yeah.
And Jacob walked behind the cop and whispers to the cop, he's got something in his bag. You should go check through his bag.
No, he didn't.
Yep. Flat out. And I was like, "Fuck you, scumbag!" That was the first thing I didn't open my mouth the whole time because it's not my place. I was with Steve, you know what I mean. But it's not. That's Steve's place to defend himself or whatever was going on. And if either one of them asked me a question, I would have answered it, you know. But I didn't interject myself until that point. He said that shit to the cop, and I was like, "Fuck you, scumbag," you know. But then, you know, the cop's like, "All right, you know, everybody's gonna get loud. Everybody can go outside.
Right.
You know, they're not gonna be welcome back in."
Yeah.
Jacob got his little muffins and sauntered off back to his little pirate ship.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you an incident that happened at the Blade Show prior to that told me something about people's character. We all got in Bama's truck, headed back to the Airbnb. Me, Steve, Jared Neve, and Karen Neve. And Steve had to get some out of his car. So we pulled up to the parking deck. And Jared's sitting there. He's not paying any attention at all. He's not even looked out the window. Steve gets out and goes to his car. Well, we were already running way behind. And I see this guy in the parking deck walk up to Steve. And I said, great, this guy's going to run his mouth. And what I meant was he's going to start a conversation. Steve was going to be there 15 minutes. We're not even legally parked. Nothing about a beat. But all Jared Neve heard was this guy's going to run his fucking mouth. And as soon as I said it, he didn't even look up, dude. It's just like one motion. He hit that fucking door lock, that door handle, and come out the door of that truck. And I had to stop him. I was like, no, dude, that's not what I meant. That's not what I Jared was really good. Didn't have any other information. Dude, he's going to go whip that guy's ass. And so say what you want to about Jared Neve. He is what he says he is. That's all I'm going to say.
I got nothing bad to say about Jared. I just wish that they would drink with me.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Say what you want to about him, but if he's got your back, he's got your fucking back. You know, because he didn't. Oh, what did he say? Is he in his? You know, he didn't ask any fucking questions. It was just on like that.
See, I'm kind of fucked up being from Jersey. I think like it's all amusement until it's not. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like I'm out there like, oh yeah, everybody's talking shit. Let's go. Let's go. You know? I'm amused up until I'm not. You know, and then but it takes a lot to get me past that point. It's got to take some inappropriate shit to get me.
I would have really felt like shit if Jared had flashed his face.
Just got out.
Completely undeservedly, because he wasn't asking any questions.
Yeah.
Me and Lee both looked at each other like we were both, I don't want to say scared, but yeah, we were nervous that it had even happened. But luckily I explained myself. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I want to get a little bit. I want to spend some more time with like Kara and Jared, but they're really tough to pin down for even 5 minutes. You know,
it is. And I did a whole live stream before Blade Show, either last year or year before last, and it was kind of corny. But I was like, look, you know, I've been in Neve's live stream for years. All you guys have. I know a bunch of you guys think you're going to go, and I just want to prepare you. It's nothing against Jared. But it's not easy to spend time with him at Blade Show. Like, this is what he does for a living. He's constantly moving. If you want to talk to him, you got to walk at his pace. And at some point, he's going to turn the other direction. You know, don't take it personal. It's just, you know, the guy's channel's blown up. He's got responsibilities. You know, he's agreed to meet people at certain booths at certain times. Because there were several people the year before that got their feelings hurt by Jared because they thought, we're all going to meet up at Blade Show and build a little campfire and sing Kumbaya and talk about what good friends we are. And it's just not possible.
Yeah, that's definitely not the kind of guy you're. I mean, maybe like at home or something, but I don't know. He seems like he's like a damn marathon runner.
Yeah, I mean, I've called Jared about non-knife things. You know, we've talked about just issues in life. Jared's been good as gold to me. You know, and the only reason Jared hasn't reviewed one of my knives is I've told him, I was like, Jared, I'm not sending one until I'm 100% happy with it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't send you something and put you on a spot where you either have to call me out or dance around a particular subject. Because I know he wouldn't bash me. He would just dance around it. And I don't want him to have to.
Not particularly be negative about it, but.
Right. And when I feel like I'm ready, then I'll do that. I'm not quite there yet. to be honest, refinement wise, and you guys can't see it all sitting here, but this is the most refined thing I've made. Like there's aspects of this that don't show up on camera that that I'm very, very proud of. And unfortunately it's going to fucking Luke, who will probably sell it the next day.
Nah, I don't think anybody's gonna sell they're gonna probably put that through somebody's tire.
Right. And you know, Todd, you're right. The Vince and Jared story is extremely funny. And it's funny because it pokes a little fun at Jared for taking his popularity seriously. But at the same time, you know, Jared did go out of his way to be nice to that little fat retarded kid. You know, even though he was a little fat retarded kid, he was a grown ass man. But you know, hats off to that guy. That Luke's still here.
Yeah, no, I think Kara's more of a mystery than Jared.
A little, yeah.
Like I can get more than 2 words out of her. Hey, you know,
Yeah.
whatever. Try to show her something or like another knife. She's like, you know.
Kara is from a different time. Kara is not a feminist. Kara knows her place and is very submissive to Jared. And I know in mainstream media that would be somebody would run with that and make it a horrible thing, but she's very happy with Jared being in charge of their relationship. He's good to her. She's good to him. Yeah, she is a little reserved about being friendly with other men, just to be honest. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even the
very
type to be
respectful of Jared. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's totally cool, and that's actually what I'm about. You know, like I love when my wife,
I'm not
is
saying
some
that
kind of
because I
way.
assume it. I've heard her say it. Like she'll tell you
Yeah.
that she's happier than most women because she's treated well because she's a submissive partner.
Well, she understands the boundaries. You know, you're
Right.
gonna put him in a weird place if you start
She also
being a little too friendly.
She also knows without a shadow of a doubt that if you walked up to the Blaze Show and grabbed her, that she is in absolutely no danger. Jared will fuck you up without asking a question. You know, I don't know if you used to watch all these live streams, but they've talked about that where they were standing on a sidewalk waiting for the crosswalk light to come on, and some guy did something. I don't remember. Todd might remember. Some guy did something, and Jared wasn't sure of his intentions, so he found out after he whipped the guy's ass. You know, you don't play with Jared's woman.
Yeah, I mean, I never would. You know, I'm not used to chicks that are like, I'm used to girls from New Jersey.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're all boss bitches. They're all big babes, you know, like,
Yeah.
So like, I kind of expected that a little bit because, you know, they were doing stuff together a lot. Like at first, I don't see her much on any of his stuff.
I haven't heard, I don't want to speak for him, but I think the amount of comments about her had started to increase a little bit. And I don't know if it's either he wasn't comfortable with it or she wasn't comfortable with it. So they decided that she wasn't going to be on quite as much. Yeah.
Yeah. And I definitely could see that, you know, and you have to worry about like, hey, maybe I shouldn't wear this or that. Like, why don't I just not do this, you know?
Yeah. And, you know, if you're Jared and you live by that creed, you may be better off just not creating a situation where you might have to confront somebody.
Like, why even build that into your business?
Right.
You know, if you can avoid it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, kind of sucks. I like seeing her on there, you know?
Yeah. She's a cool chick.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, from the couple of words we've shared, I like her. I don't know who that one dude was last year though, walking around with them. I don't know who the hell he was. Curly headed guy, a little bit heavy set, kind of short. He was kind of strange. I tried to like say a couple things to him, and he was like all kind of half spaced out, and I was like, all right, I don't know who you are, but
I don't remember him. Like
yeah,
the only people I remember seeing with Jared a good bit was Lee, and Seems Logical. I don't remember who else.
I can't remember the name of the other dude that is always around with us.
That's another guy that's completely safe at Blade Show.
What's that?
You're just like you said earlier. Go up and start some shit with some logical ablation.
Oh God,
see how that goes for you.
you're getting stabbed so much.
Yeah, and that's probably because Kara is so close to it, likes him so much, and Jared would have to whip your ass for her.
Yeah, no, I would do it.
Yeah,
that's like slapping a nun. You know what I mean? Like you just don't do that shit.
Yeah. He did have an entourage, Cheeto, and it is, from our point of view, it is a little embarrassing, some of the things that he said. But I mean, he lives in a different world than we do now. He's got Worksharp paying him to fly out and tour the factory and make videos, and I don't know how I would act had my channel blown up and I was put in that situation. I would probably say some borderline cringy shit every now and then too. But the whole entourage story came from he called. Don't quote me on this. I think it was Cheesecake Factory. They were trying to get a reservation somewhere for their very large group to eat lunch, and the reason the word entourage come up was when they said, "Hey, we've got a reservation at this restaurant," and Jared said, "Do they know the size of my entourage?" Now he smirked when he said it. So even he was being a little funny but not everybody saw that. All people heard was Jared say, "Do they know the size of my entourage?" And it was cringy and funny. I thought it was funny too, but I saw his face when he said it. He wasn't being completely serious. And then, as he walked by, Vince is sitting there Indian style, and Vince does look, well, I already said it earlier. He looks like a little fat retarded kid. And when he walked by, Vince said, "Oh my God, it's Jared Neve." Well, Jared didn't hear it, but Kara did. And Kara stopped Jared in his tracks. She said, "Hey, apparently this kid's a fan of yours. You should go speak to him." So Jared walked back around the corner, and when he saw Vince sitting there Indian style, Jared bent over with his hands on his knees, talking to him like he's a little 12-year-old boy, and it was fucking hilarious, dude.
See, that sucks though, because you're trying to be cool, but you can't.
Yeah, he was trying to be nice, and
you can't get it right every time.
He's heard it. He knows how everybody reacted to that, and he's okay with it. He doesn't care that everybody.
Yeah, what are you getting? He seems like that type of dude. It all rolls off his back anyway. Yeah. I don't think he stays up late at night thinking about anybody's shit.
Yeah, it's just like
I could be wrong, but
said Stevie. Every time somebody mentions Jared Neves, Stevie says who, and they say Jared Neve, and he says never heard of her. She sounds hideous. Jared knows he says that all the time, and Jared has never been anything but cool to Stevie. He knows Stevie likes fucking with him. But he also knows Stevie's not a threat. He's just being funny. Yeah,
he's just funny.
He's okay with it. Yeah.
It's kind of certain people when they start busting on you, it's almost like it's endearing. Like when Stevie starts to mess with you, you've kind of you are somebody. If Stevie's busting your balls, like you're not just he's not gonna ever bother busting my balls for nothing. I'm nobody. Like it's not even gonna be worth it.
Honestly, it don't take much. If he gets to know you well enough, he'll bust your balls.
I mean, I'm sure
who Stevie is. Nobody takes it personally.
Yeah, it's whatever. But I don't I'm the kind of guy. Most people don't. I don't know.
That's like
I don't have nicknames.
I've been hanging out in chat for 5 years with Todd Carr. I've never heard him say. I've heard him say funny shit, but never anything sarcastic until he commented one night, "Great, Shane got a grinder. That's all we're going to hear about." That was fucking hilarious to me. If anybody else had said it, I'd have just chuckled and move on. But I've never heard Todd say anything sarcastic to anybody. So
the source matters.
Yeah, it was hilarious. Maybe he has, and I didn't see it. I've seen him say funny shit, but I've never seen him poke at anybody.
Yeah. I try not to mess with people too much and get people sensitive because I know I'm an asshole. So I don't know. I try to be the opposite of my nature a lot of times.
Yeah, especially when you're meeting people in this online world, like Cliff Bright, he's in my chat. Anytime Cliff's in my chat, he's fucking with me. And at first I was like, well, who's this motherfucker? And after a while, I'm like, well, that's just how Cliff is. So now I just fuck with him right back. We get along.
Yeah. I mean, you can't walk into a deli in New Jersey and not have to talk shit for 20 minutes about everything. You know what I mean? What you're wearing, what that dude looks like. You should have started running 20 years ago. What are you doing it now for?
Right.
You know, like it never ends. And they got fresh shit all the time.
What the fuck are you doing with the Tom Brady jersey on?
Yeah, it never ends. You know, and it's always new, fresh. My favorite people to be around are the guys that are 70, 80 years old that have endless material. It doesn't matter what you come in with, you'll never out material these guys.
Right.
Like they've been paying attention since the 60s and they never let a joke go. They got it all back there, you know?
Yeah.
Like those old military guys that you just you can't top the shit talk.
Yeah. It just, the only thing that bothers me about Steve is so many people's impression of Steve that have never and probably never will really know what kind of person he really is. Is he short-tempered? Yes. Is he abrasive? Yes. Is he a horrible communicator? Yes. If you ask him for the fucking shirt off his back, would he give it to you? Yes. He's a good dude. He's just he's easy to dislike, so I get it.
Yeah, Kyle might not appreciate the comment, but he reminds me of Kyle sometimes, like in the way he's very matter of fact about what he believes, and you're not going to get him off it.
No.
And he'll say the same thing all night long.
Right.
You're not getting him off it.
Yeah.
Like you might be able to convince him of a better idea of something, but once he has his idea of something, that's it, man.
Yako, I am extremely jealous. I had one and sold it like an idiot. I will on another. So congratulations on that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I realize how many different variants of that thing there are. Man, they made some of those with a full polished blade and a hologram. There's a guy at Blade Show that has a little table that's nothing but Buck Striders. And there is some amazing looking shit there, but it's not cheap. Yeah.
I kind of like those collections that are like one maker, but like all the different stuff.
Yeah.
That's why I'm glad about the Peach Smith knives that I have, because I wanted to get something that I can get, most of.
Right. Yeah.
Because I started off with Spider Cone, man. There ain't no way. There's no unless you're in the collectors club.
And to be honest,
half them things.
To be honest, I don't care for all of them.
No, me either.
I appreciate the Para 3 and the PM2 and its popularity and all that stuff. It's not for me.
Yeah.
I'd much rather have a native series, something like that. I've owned it several times. I keep spending money buying them and reminding myself that I don't enjoy using them. And it's all just, it's the hump. It's just in the wrong spot for me.
Yeah, it's a little far back.
Yeah, it makes me
shorten
cramp my thumb back into an uncomfortable position, and if I cut long enough like that, that joint will lock up.
Yeah, like my natural thumb position is like here.
Exactly. That's
not here. But that's also too like I don't know if they want you to kind of cant that,
I don't know.
Canted forward kind of deal.
Yeah, it just don't work for my hand.
It works when I'm doing like a pinch grip.
This smaller hump, like my thumb lays in it.
Yeah.
Because the front half of my thumb can hang off of it. It's perfect. You can't do that on a PM2.
Yeah. Yeah, my issues with the military line is the weak tip. And I never really realized it until I busted a couple of them off that it's a problem,
Yeah.
But the military itself is a badass knife.
Dude, hell yeah, Yako. You got some good shit on the way, man. Good shit.
290V.
You meant S90V.
Oh.
Is the S right beneath the 2? Look at the keyboard. Is it not?
Not on mine. QWER.
It's by a whole half inch, Yako. Anytime you see me misspell something, you'll realize that the incorrect letter is directly connects to another, because I have a crack in my screen, and sometimes I can hit that letter exactly, but it will register as the other letter.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's the good thing about Spyderco, Todd Carr. If one don't fit, by God, they got another one. Ain't no doubt. They got, yeah. And
man.
the steels, you'll find something that fits you perfectly.
Like this domino, I love this thing, man.
Yeah. See, I can tell already that thumb wrap would be better for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little bit of a smaller knife.
Yeah.
So you definitely want to use this little twill here, but I love this knife, man. I wish they would do like more iterations of this. You know how they do all the Sage ones?
Yeah.
I wish they would do like, the button lock version, the different ones with this. And I kind of wish they would do one like all titanium. Like a nice,
yeah.
Just get rid of that scale, put some badass titanium pattern on there.
Right. Yeah, it is weird how you see Spyderco and Benchmade. Benchmade more than Spyderco, in my opinion, miss opportunities. It's like you were saying, dude. If Benchmade had released, the bug out with titanium scales, or a few of their knives with some, I don't even know that it's all an upgrade. Like a titanium scale is not an upgrade to me because I just don't get everybody's infatuation with it. But just something that's different, people would buy more of them.
For me, the titanium is the lightweight and the rigidity, and the fact that I can like hand polish it.
Yeah,
I sit here with this. I mean, this thing feels like silk because I've just had it in my hand so much.
But here's a thing though, Bozy. If I walked up to the Freeman table to buy a 451, they make this in aluminum too, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they were the same price and he handed me the aluminum one, I wouldn't correct him. I wouldn't care. It's not that there's anything wrong with titanium. I just don't care. Like it could be aluminum and I'd be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. If the knife still feels as good, like I'm all about feel it. A lot of times I'll even just close my eyes and see if I like the knife.
Yeah.
Like my hands will tell me what I want to carry. Like this thing feels pretty good, but at the same time, this feels like a gem. Like it's polished. Like every little corner. There's not a sharp edge on this thing. And it's so hand friendly, and that's what sells me on a lot of stuff. Like it's kind of where I went with the Mako when I got it from Gary. I was looking at the Magnum Max steel.
Yeah.
But he didn't have any of the Magnum Max ones there that I knew of that were not with the 3D printed handles.
Right.
And it just didn't have the right feel for me. The G10 has that real nice, feel to it. 3D printed scales are kind of cool, a little bit lighter, a little bit cheaper, but they just don't have the feel I wanted,
Yeah. You know why I don't own a Creeley? And I've said this to him in a live stream. I 100% agree that his handle shape is more ergonomic, especially if you have to do a lot of work with it. And I hate the way it looks. If you'll notice, all my knives are the opposite. My knives don't have belly in the handle; they have a sweep. I love the look of this, but I will admit, if I had to cut anything 8 hours a day, I would regret this. I'd want that bulbous handle because it's more comfortable.
I'll tell you what, I know exactly what Gary did. He went and took some silly putty or some Play-Doh, and he grabbed it, and then he went like this, and then sanded all the finger grooves off.
Yeah,
and that's the shape that he went with, because that's the same kind of thing that comes out every time you do that. Like, I'll use I do a lot of CAD welding and stuff at work, and I use a lot of putty to seal up the holes and stuff for the CAD welds.
Yeah,
and I'll do that just to see, like if it like why do I like the Shaman so much? It ends up, I tell you what, when you sand all the edges off, pretty much that's the shape.
Yeah.
If you don't squeeze it all the way down where you're getting like a little tiny end.
Right.
But he's right. I don't necessarily want that on a larger knife though.
Right. I badmouth Glock all the time, and I really only do it to piss off the fanboys. I don't care if you are. They're a good pistol, but I'm 100% honest when I say I've never held anything that felt worse. Just in my hand, maybe it's not the case for you, but in my hand, that's the most uncomfortable handgun I've ever held. And so that's why I don't own one. And I poke fun at all my buddies because they're so passionate about it. But I don't understand how somebody can hold a Glock and then hold not just a CZ, even a cheap CZ copy, they all feel better. That's why I own CZ style pistols.
Glock is really, I think, meant for gunfighting. It's even the angles of it. Like what you can't. It's not like a 1911. You can get your hand behind it. Yeah. On a Glock, you really want to get your kind of hand off this side, and then when this one comes in, and once you push it forward, I mean that sucker is like dialed in with your eyes. Right. I was watching. The hell's that shooter name? He was a shooter for Glock for a long time, and I was watching him on with Terran Tactical.
Yeah.
And the guys, he shows his grip, and I did the same grip on the Glock because he runs a stock Glock against guys that got multi-$1,000 guns. He's rocking a stock Glock, and he whoops them. And then, so he shows the grip, and I tried it at the range, and it works every time. It is perfect.
I saw something recently. My pistol's laying right there. I wish I could just pick it up.
I know. I was thinking the same thing.
I saw somebody recently that grips, they're right-handed, and they grip their pistol in their left hand. And then support their left hand with their right. And they said because they're not having to squeeze with their right hand.
Yeah, your triggers more.
It gives them more finite trigger control. And I've tried holding it that way. It feels pretty good. I mean, I can't think of any downside to it, but
I mean, I can't hold it that way, but I definitely
I'm stronger with my left hand than I am my right. My right hand is where most of my nerve damage is. That's why when you see me flick knives, it's with my left hand, and I'm right-handed.
Okay. So
I can control the gun better with my left hand, and then just lay my right up there, and all I've got to do is work the trigger. I haven't tried shooting that way yet. I've practiced holding it that way, and it feels pretty good though.
Yeah, my left hand is much more instinctual. My right hand is much more trainable.
Yeah.
So like, I use my left hand really I don't have much pressure. Like my right hand when I hold the gun there's not a lot of pressure on it. My pinky's got a little more pressure than any other finger, but it's kind of a loose grip with this hand, and this hand kind of just locks it in. But
let me put that back up before I show it. I'm
a pro shooter. Yeah, I know, right?
I like it because I also noticed that when I hold it left-handed, even if I hold it one-handed out left-handed, I don't even put my finger on the trigger. My sight is more steady. It don't move around as much, and it just feels good that way.
Yeah, my left eye is definitely better than my right eye, but I'm definitely I'm weird. I can like change my eyes as far as like dominance, so I don't have that issue.
I'm about to have to go red dot on everything because as my eyesight has faded, if I concentrate on the front sight, then the rear sight completely blurs out for me. I can't see it.
Yeah.
But I'm probably going to have to go, which I don't mind, but I'm probably going to have to go red dot on everything.
That's one reason I went with the Heine straight 8 sights.
Yeah. Just to shoot a gun with iron sights, I have to close my left eye. I cannot see if I leave both eyes open, I see two sets of rear sights. Not sure which one's correct. With a red dot, it don't do that.
Yeah, that was it took a lot of training for me to get to shoot both eyes open real well.
Luke, it is not going on the world tour, buddy. I will admit that I held it for a couple of extra days because I've took a bunch of pictures and I've showed it a bunch. So I've been using it to advertise. But
yeah, Derek,
it's coming straight to you within the next couple of days.
Yeah, it took me a little while spearfishing actually to figure out which eye was dominant for me. Yeah. But that's because neither one of them is. I can kind of force one or the other to work out.
Yeah. Well, I'm left eye dominant, but when I'm holding a pistol, I don't know, man. I can concentrate on the front sight, but I see two sets of rear sights.
Yeah, I mean, your eye really can't focus on that many things.
Right.
It's pretty limited, especially under stress.
All I gotta do is look for the dot. I can shoot with both eyes open very well with a red dot, but I can't with sights.
With a pistol, for me, for some reason, I always find myself searching for that dot, man. I can never just pull it up
It's
and
just
put
because
it
you're
where I
using
want.
iron sights. If you
But then again, when I'm shooting
kind of
pistol,
day a week for the next 3 months, it'd be second nature to you.
yeah. But for me, like pistol a lot, I'm not even using sights, and that sounds odd. Maybe.
Well, I'll be honest.
But
How I trained myself with the red dot, I still concentrate on the front sight. So like I pull up and I'm looking for the front sight, and the red dot just naturally is in place. If I look for the red dot, I do the same thing. I have to search for it. But if I look for the front sight and point my front sight, the red dot's there. So here's the thing: do I need either one? Do I even need rear sights?
Well, that's kind of where I'm at.
I just need a front sight. Is all I need anyway. But
that's kind of where I'm at with pistols. Like, I mean, I can shoot my 9mm to 100 yards using the sights, no problem. But if I'm shooting fast, if I'm on the move, if I'm stressing out, I'm not looking at them. I'm not trying to find those sights.
I'm point
shooting. Exactly. And I'm nasty at that.
Yeah.
I'm really, I'm scary good at point shooting. And I think that comes from just years and years and years and years of paintball and other shit where you don't have sights. You just, or even like a bow, no real sight, like an old recurve or something.
You ever wondered about that, dude? Like as a kid, when I got my first bow, I was good with it right off the bat and just got better and better. But I've still, if somebody asks me, how do you point, how do you aim at it? I can't explain it to them. Because, I mean, there's no sight. The arrow is naturally at a slightly different angle than what, I don't know how to explain how to aim a bow. Now, a compound bow with sights I do, but just a recurve with no sights, I'm good with it, but I can't explain why.
For me, it's like draw point, wherever I draw point to, like if it's like if it's a recurve or something like that, I'll draw point to a certain area, and I'll just repeat that. But compound bow with your set, you got the little trigger. I bring that back and I put it to my lip, without the little lip thing on the string. I try not to have anything extra.
Right.
On any of my stuff.
The issue with red dots.
Yeah.
As soon as I put them on my pistol, every night I'm going to wonder, is that battery going to be dead tomorrow?
Yeah, that's another thing. I don't like that. Yeah.
Drives me insane.
I don't like to wonder about stuff, or if like that's even why I use the old school spear when I went spearfishing. Because I don't want the whole gun with the bands and all that other shit. I'm in the water in the middle of the ocean. I don't need to worry about all this stuff. I need a spear.
Yeah. I got that new Kimber CDS9. That's the first pistol I've owned with a fiber optic front sight. And I don't think you need a red dot with a fiber optic front sight. Like it just glows so much. It's so bright. That it just, your eyes catch it so much quicker than a black blade or a white blade. That fiber optic, I'm really liking that.
Yeah. I like the straight eights that I got.
Have you looked into that Kimber CDS9?
No, I've definitely seen one before.
Everybody's calling it a micro 2011. It's not actually a micro. It is a double stack 9mm. It does look like a 2011, even though it's small. But the pivot is not a straight slide. Oh, this trigger is not a straight slide back. It is on a pivot. So
that's a hinge
trigger. It's a good trigger, but it's not going to be a $5,000 2011 trigger. But,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm a Glock guy. I'm an AK guy.
right.
Yeah. So I like shit that I can fall off the back of the truck and just doesn't work.
Right. If I have to go to a gunfight, then I'm taking that Baby Eagle because I'm good with it.
Yeah.
I like the fact that it took me a few years to learn. I was never content with any striker fired pistol I owned. They shot fine. I could shoot with them fine. I like a hammer. I like being able to see the hammer and know where it's at, So I got rid of everything I had striker fired. That's why I got the CDS9, because I couldn't find a small enough pistol with a hammer. Then I found out that Kimber made one at a decent price. Well, the original CDS9 was like $1,200. Then they come out with the classic, and the only difference is it doesn't have a light rail, and you can get it for about $700.
Yeah.
So that's what I went with.
Yeah, I don't know. I've had a lot of different stuff, and I just had a lot of different stuff fail on me, and I'm just get bummed out.
Did you watch the show Justified?
No.
Dude, if you're into binge watching shows, Justified's one you need to watch. That show is excellent.
All right.
It pissed me off because in the first episode, Raylan Givens, he was a U.S. Marshal and kind of famous for his quick draw. And then the very first gunfight you see him in, he quick draws a 1911. And then for the whole rest of the fucking series, he carried nothing but a Glock. I was so mad. They let him to a Glock. But yeah, just the attitude in that show and the acting. Walter Walter, however you say his name, was his childhood best friend and ends up becoming his arch nemesis. The writing was excellent, man. That's one of the best shows ever been on television.
Check it out.
Especially if you find humor in a little redneck white trash kind of humor, because it's all based in Harlan, Kentucky. It's about these guys that used to be coal miners, and the coal mines shut down, so now they're all criminals. Yeah, it's a damn good show, and there's like 8, 9, 10 seasons you can watch. It's good shit.
That's cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. I've been looking for something new anyway. Me and my son just watching old cartoons over and over again.
I think it would I mean, I don't think a kid would enjoy it, but I think you can watch it in his presence. I don't think there's anything bad enough that I would, make my kid leave the room.
He's so funny, man. I was saying something about he got like a little plastic knife from, I forget, that little Balisong.
Yeah.
How did it go? The little cold steel thing.
Yeah.
But it's kind of sharp. So I told him, I was like, yo, you got to be careful. And I don't want to see you walk around with the blade out. I was like, if you fold it open and the blade's out, I want you to stand still. Because if you fall, that'll poke you. And he was like, he turns around and he goes like this. And he goes, now I'm going to dream about it. Thanks. And he's about knee high.
Yeah.
So it comes across. It was hilarious. And I was like, dude, I am sorry, man. I didn't mean to mess up your dreams, man.
That's hilarious.
He's like, oh.
Did he enjoy his Oreos the other day?
Yeah. And today he was stealing them from me.
Was he?
Yeah, because I got pizza. He likes, he doesn't like Sicilian pizza, but he likes, I don't know if you guys had tomato pie where you're at. You ever heard of tomato pie?
I don't think so.
All right. Well, it's more of like a Trenton thing. But there's more, the cheese is underneath the sauce.
We call that Chicago style.
But it's not thick. This is real thin.
Okay, the Chicago style was thick.
Yeah.
Yeah. It didn't
that's a deep dish style. But he likes the tomato pie.
Yeah.
So I got him a Corleone, which is similar. It's in between a tomato pie and a Sicilian.
Right.
So it's a little more filling, but it's still cheese on the bottom, sauce on the top. So he was eating it and he was like, I'm kind of tired of all this cheese. He was like, can I have some snacks? And I was like, I really want you to finish eating at least that one piece, And I had finished 2 or 3 pieces by that time because he was just milking it. He was taking his little tiny bites around the edges.
Right.
So I went and I got a pack of cookies to try to speed him up a little bit. I thought that was going to speed him up. Well, my buddy John was with me. We were talking about something and I wasn't noticing, but he would take a bite and then he would disappear. And then he'd come back to his seat and he's got a cookie in his hand. And I'm like, all right, like you earned that one. You got that without me noticing. You can have it. But I was like, look, I want you to finish eating that piece of pizza. And he did the same thing over and over again. He'd take a bite and he'd wait for me to be in conversation and he'd sneak out and he'd come up on my right-hand side and grab one of the cookies.
Point, you reckon he was spitting it out?
No.
Okay.
No, he doesn't play like that.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you, I don't know about a tomato pie, but what would be good to me would be a hybrid where it was bread, cheese, sauce, and then cheese again. Yeah.
Well, that's what they'll do. But they, instead of like a heavy cheese, they do the like Pecorino Romano so you get like the cheese flavor with the sauce. Yeah. And it's not like a ton of sauce.
Right.
But it's definitely prominent compared to like a, cheese pizza.
Yeah. The best pizza I ever ate, we have a local pub that has a wood fire pizza grill. And there was this cat that used to work there. The owner hated him because he threw away so many. If that pizza didn't come out of the oven and look like it should be on the a pizza box. Like it had to look perfect, or he'd throw it in the fucking garbage. He was so picky, but it made for excellent pizzas. But I would go in there, and he caught me one time putting crushed red pepper on my pizza. And the next time I came in and ordered a pizza, he's like, "Hey man, don't put any pepper on that." Oh, what do you mean? I always put pepper on. He's like, "I hooked you up." He put the crushed red pepper in the sauce.
Nice.
He peppered it, the sauce, then put the cheese on top. And I was always telling him, "It's like, man, if only there was a way to fit more pepperoni on this." It wasn't on the menu, but he kept a bag of diced pepperoni. And what he would do is he'd put it in the oven and let it cook while he was putting my pizza together. And right before he put the cheese on, he'd take that sizzling, those little bitty tiny chunks of pepperoni and sprinkle them in the sauce, then hit it with some crushed red pepper, then layer it with cheese and put the disc pepperoni on top of it. Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah. You got to love that kind of stuff, man.
Yeah.
There's so many cool little pizza shops. Although, I got to say, though, in the last couple of years, they've all gotten a little bit fucking pinky up, you know?
I tried putting the disc underneath the cheese, and the pepperoni don't cook right.
Yeah.
It's in the sauce. So he knew exactly what he's doing. He cooked the little tiny pieces before he put it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a place up here that does like an insane. They put like pounds of pepperoni on your shit, but that's what they do. They cook all the pepperoni off to the side,
right?
And then they drain the grease out into the sauce, and they mix the pizza sauce with the grease from the pepperoni.
Yeah.
And then they drizzle that as a separate sauce a little bit on the top of the pepperoni. But I'm saying it's like,
that's like when you're camping and you cook the bacon.
Yeah.
Take the bacon out of the skillet. You just crack the eggs right into that bacon grease.
Yep.
Them eggs are so good, man.
I know. Killer.
Yeah. And then they tried to tell us that shit was killing us. Clogging your heart. Eat more grain. Eat more sugar.
Yeah, let's eat all the shit that you guys tell us to. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, how'd that work out for us? Everybody's fucking dying.
Yep.
On all kind of medications.
Yep, that's the plan.
I think you mentioned it the other night, didn't you? When we were talking about cholesterol, that you know what testosterone is? It's cholesterol.
Oh, is it? Yeah, I mean
that's why everybody's on testosterone replacement, because they got us to lower our cholesterol intakes. Our testosterone crashed, and now that's also why everybody's getting dementia, because we're not eating enough cholesterol, because your brain is nearly pure cholesterol.
Yep, and the same thing too with kids, with the development. Yeah, they're not developing the same way that we did, because there's cholesterol. There's zero salt and zero cholesterol, zero fat diets.
Right.
All those things are critical.
Right. Yeah.
And then they put them on all kinds of meds too, which is just.
Yeah, come to find out that cholesterol and fat and all that is not unhealthy for your heart. It was all carbohydrates and sugar that are killing us.
Yep.
And who do you think worked at the FDA when they passed all that shit?
Oh,
somebody from Kraft or whoever was making all those cereal and grain foods.
Well, I think what was it? It was Kellogg's at first, wasn't it? Kellogg. They were in deep with the military, right? Mm-hmm. Kellogg, and he was a psycho. Yeah. He was like a straight up lunatic, and they let him basically redesign all the food for the military and for schools and all kinds of shit.
Yeah. You're right there. That's why I'm glad my grandson's he's extremely healthy. He's not overweight, and he wants steak or bacon or, he's definitely a carnivore.
Yeah. My kid too.
Yeah.
He asks for bacon in the morning. Every once in a while, eggs. He used to want eggs every day. And he was doing real good. Like he was learning like really well, like exceptionally well. And I've noticed ever since he stopped eating his eggs, man, he's not quite as sharp, I'd say.
Dude, I talk about on here all the time about my love for duck eggs, and I knew this was a possibility, but because people like to make fun of me about it, but I had a bad duck egg experience today.
Oh no!
The issues with ducks don't lay in a box like chickens do.
Yeah, they'll lay anywhere, right?
They just let that egg fall out anywhere. Just lay it in a mud puddle. The problem with that is when you go to look for duck eggs, you might not see one for a little while. And that happened to me today. I got a whole flat of duck eggs and I cracked one. And luckily I didn't get it over the skillet. As soon as it cracked, I saw that dead baby duck inside it and turned around and threw it in the garbage can. And I still poured the skillet in the trash. I couldn't eat the perfectly fine duck eggs because I thought I was duck. Like, damn it. When it happens,
I just had to go and see that.
it takes you months to get over it. But duck eggs are delicious. But there's a much higher chance of there being a dead duck in it because you might not find it quick enough. They just,
I heard they were actually like better than chickens in a way.
They are
because you don't need to upkeep them like that as much.
They're a lot more resilient than chicken.
Yeah.
You do have to feed them. There's one mineral that they have to have that chickens don't. I can't remember what it is. But, you can get that by just when you crack the duck eggs, grind it up and put it in the food. But
yeah.
It's
like calcium, magnesium or something.
Yeah. Now, if you scramble them, you might as well just use chicken eggs. There's not enough difference if you scramble. Yeah. If you like a fried egg over medium, where the yellow is I don't like to say runny. It's still a little thick, but it'll ooze out. Nothing beats a duck egg for that.
Dippy eggs.
Yeah. What do you call them?
Dippy eggs.
Dippy, yeah. You can dip your toast in it.
Yeah.
If it comes running out and there's some clear liquid with it, I ain't eating it.
I don't eat anything like that. I overcook everything.
Yeah.
Because when I was on the island, I got sick a couple times, and I've seen a lot of other people get sick.
Yeah.
And it kind of freaked me out. So now eggs, everything scrambled gets like almost burnt.
Right.
Like my bacon is well done, my pizza's well done, my steak's well done. And people are like, "Oh, your steak's well done." I'm like, yeah, cook that shit.
Dude, I want my steak medium well.
Yeah.
Not because I'm scared. I think it tastes better.
I think a little bit of pink, but those edges got to be sizzled.
Yeah.
That little bit of crunch makes a world of a difference.
It does. It tastes better. And I might have to chew it 2 or 3 more times per bite. That just means I get to enjoy it longer.
I'm kind of weird though. Like I like tough stuff.
Yeah.
I like my jaw. Like I don't know. I get like a fucking like I want to chew hard.
Like I get with this fucking nicotine gum.
Yeah. I was actually looking to get some. I was looking at there's some other gum I want to try. It's like it can like help fix your teeth.
Yeah.
It's got like a hydroxyapatite in it.
Oh, okay.
And some other things that can help like close up cavities. I got a giant hole in a tooth back here.
Oh.
The only reason I haven't done anything with it is because I keep it clean and it doesn't bother me at all. So I haven't messed with it.
Right.
Because the only way to fix it is pulling it.
I'm gonna eventually lose all mine because of my past heart condition.
Yeah.
When you have heart disease, one of the first things your body does is cuts off the blood flow to your jawline, and eventually your teeth fall out. But I've got the kit right over there to do my mold to get my fixture, and I've had it for a week and just haven't done it yet. Like I was so excited to get my dental fixture back, and now I still haven't done it. So I need to do that tomorrow because I'd like to have it done before Blade Show.
Yeah, at least have your shit with you.
Yeah, it just I'm kind of used to it now. Everybody's seen it. Everybody knows I'm missing my bottom front teeth. But
do you take them out to eat, or do you leave all that stuff in to eat?
I took them out to eat, and that was the issue.
Yeah.
I took it out on the way home from Blake Show last year. Me, Ryan, and John stopped at Jack Brown's, and I took it out to eat my hamburger. I always wad it up in a napkin so people don't have to see it.
Yeah.
And I forgot it.
Yeah, I used to have the same. I used to have retainers. I had braces in grade school.
Yeah.
And I had retainers through high school.
Right.
Man, I'm so glad they got off. I could not stand them. How many fights we got into, and just your lips are shredded. Like, that was the worst. But yeah, the retainers, I probably went through 6 of them.
Yeah.
Just threw one out, left it somewhere. A dog ate it. You know what I mean? Like some
parents are mad as hell because they got to buy another one.
Yeah, my mom, single mom, trying to put me through Catholic school. You lose your oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the only.
I lost my glasses when I was a kid. I don't know if you remember this. You're probably not old enough. But in the 80s, there was this epidemic of kids who couldn't stop blinking. And they blamed it on sitting too close to the television. I've seen medical studies since then that said that that was not the cause. But I wasn't the only one. Like, perfect eyesight, we just couldn't stop blinking. We just blinked all the time, just like this. And what they did was they gave you a pair of glasses that actually hindered your vision a little, so that you had to strain a little, and that trained the muscles in your eyes and made you stop blinking. So I had to wear them for a couple of years, and we were extremely, extremely poor. And my mama went to the Lions Club. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but it's just a bunch of old, wealthy men, and they do these fundraisers for children. And the Lions Club bought my glasses for me. A few months later, I was at the next door neighbor's house, and he had a Shetland pony. And, you know, we weren't 8, 9 years old, I guess. So we were saddling up this Shetland pony, and I got on it riding it. We'd ridden it several times before, but we had never left the pasture gate open. We would take it out of the pasture, ride it around the yard, and then put it back. Well, this day we left the gate open. And when I got on that thing and he saw the gate was open, man, he tore out. All I've ever ridden is a pony at walking speed. I've never been on a running horse. I reached down and grabbed the horn and just hang on for dear life. This horse is hauling ass across the I was 1.5 miles away.
Oh, shit.
It ran all the way across 2 pastures and came to a creek and jumped the creek. And when it jumped, I came off the back and landed in the creek and lost my glasses.
Oh.
Yeah. And my daddy walked me down to that property every day for 2 weeks and made me walk that.
Oh no, did you freeze up? I don't know if I'm. Hey, chat, let me know if you can still hear me. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I came back up. Yeah, but I got beat with
Shit.
You still there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here. You're freezing up
You're
though.
froze. Or am I froze? I don't know what's happening.
I think you're freezing up, but I could be wrong.
No, it's me. Am I back?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're a little blurry, but you're good.
What really pissed me off was after about 2 weeks of getting beat for not being able to find those glasses. That's when I found out that he'd beat me and complained about how much they cost. And then I found out that the Lions Club paid for them. He didn't even pay for those glasses. That really, really pissed me off.
Yeah, make you look at somebody a little different.
Yeah. Yeah, he finally burnt that bridge a couple of years later. And it was pretty. That's why I talk about that movie and that line in that movie, because I don't think people who haven't been through it don't understand how freeing it is even when you're still getting beat, but there's no emotional connection anymore. Like once you don't more, it does become way easier. Like the pain, you get used to the pain, but it's that feeling of, I let him down, or I didn't do good enough, whatever. Once that goes away, you get pretty numb.
Yeah, once you realize there's nothing you can really do to change the situation, right. Like whether you were good or not, it was going to end up here anyway, and here we are.
Right. Yeah, and I did. I mean, the beatings didn't stop anytime soon, that's for sure. But I didn't cry anymore when I got beat after that either, and I realized that I cried because of I was upset, that I had done wrong, and he's having to do this. And then once I realized, no, he's doing this because he's a fucking monster and he enjoys it. It took the, and like before that day, after the whipping, I would be sad hours or days. But then after that, it's like once the beating stops, it's over. You're just going back to life,
May I be excused?
Mm-hmm. There's no more emotional trauma involved. It's just all physical at this point.
Yeah, I see.
And it did mess me up. Like, I wasn't near hard enough on my kids, but they weren't going to grow up like that. You get when you grow up in trauma, with an abusive parent, you have one of two paths you're going to take. You're either going to be abusive or you're going to be the exact opposite. And I was the exact
exactly.
opposite. And mistakes were made because of that. I was probably way too lenient, but I don't regret it.
Well, look, I mean, I think there's no way out of it clean. You know what I mean? Especially raising kids. I don't think there's any clean way out.
I've briefly heard you talk to your kid, and just those few seconds of hearing you, converse with him, I can't imagine you wanting to inflict pain on that little guy.
Nah, man. Like,
would you spank his ass if he did wrong? Maybe so, but
I think it would. I honestly think it would come down to his reaction to my correction.
Right.
Like it's the same thing with dogs.
Yeah.
You got to be careful correcting a dog, especially a big dog. You can correct it. Sometimes that dog will listen to exactly the words you say. But if you overstep that boundary on the wrong dog, you're not only that, you're the enemy. Now you're getting attacked.
Yeah.
So, I've always kind of approached, I think dogs are a lot more similar to people than we kind of admit, I think they're better than we think they are, and I don't think we're as good as we think we are.
You're probably right.
But I think that helped me a lot with him, and the fact that I had him a little later in life. I feel like if I had my kid in my 20s, I don't think that would have been good.
Yeah.
I was totally different. I was way more aggressive, way more short-tempered, way more unaccepting of like you fucked up. If you fuck up a little bit,
right,
that was a total fuck up to me.
Yeah. I don't remember if it was on here last week. I don't remember when I mentioned it, but of all the things I've done in life, the thing that I'm the most proud of is for several years, and it still happens every now and then, I'll see one of these little girls that grew up with my daughter just randomly out of nowhere post on Facebook, and it usually stems from like a local case of child abuse or child abuse. And, they'll see that and they'll post, this is why I'm so thankful for Big Shane. I had a place to go and grow up, and I didn't have to worry about some creep touching me. And, because there's always me and Meathead, and our buddy Daniel was around, and, we took care of those kids. And, I probably let them get a little away with a little more than I should have. But my fear was if I push them away, they're going to go somewhere else, and I don't know who that motherfucker is. Because it's never the guy you think it is. Yeah. Odds are, if you met him, you probably befriend him pretty quick.
Yeah.
Most of those guys are very easy to like, until they get caught.
Yeah, that's how they get in.
Yeah.
It's a sketchy world though, but I really think Derek, I think I was 36.
It's twice my age, dude. I had my first one at 18.
Yeah, my mom had me at 17.
Yeah.
So I learned a lot. I tend to learn a lot from other people's mistakes.
Yeah.
Or, mistakes.
Right.
For me and my mom, it was perfect. She wanted to go do her thing, and I was a really, I was a perfect kid for her. I was not an argumentative type. I did exactly what she said, always having fun, never needed nothing, except for my mom. That's all I ever needed. So we moved to Florida for a little while. She had an old Mustang GT, canary yellow, no seatbelts, leather seats. It was me and her, Bon Jovi, and lots of wind. That's all it was for my whole childhood. So
I will say this though, Bozy, it is unusual that a child raised by only his mother grows up to be somewhat of a manly guy, though. I did because I had to, because me and my mom had a great relationship, but she had to work 80 hours a week to keep the lights on. So I had to raise my little sister just about on my own. But I know a lot of guys that grew up without a dad that it didn't turn out so great.
Yeah, I think when my cousins were born, we came back up to Jersey, and I was basically like the older cousin. I babysat all the kids. All the women in my family all had kids super young.
Right. Yeah,
17, 18,
maybe
19.
maybe it's boys that are raised by single moms, but are forced into some responsibility.
Yeah, like a parenting situation.
Right. Yeah.
You know, because most of my cousins are girls. I got a couple of cousins that are boys, but I was always babysitting the girls.
Yeah.
You know, so I was always pick them up from the bus stop and take care of them until the parents got home and all that, make dinner or whatever else. So I don't know. My uncles were always around though.
Yeah, that's
My dad was never around. So I had three badass uncles,
that,
which was good and bad.
so that was a problem of mine was I didn't have any positive male role models. And I was actually pretty deep into my adult life before I realized that I was attaching myself to men looking for that father figure, even into my 30s. And then I would get my feelings hurt because they didn't stand up to that role. That was never their responsibility to begin with. You know what I mean? They didn't sign up for that shit. But that's when I really realized that growing up without a dad did affect me, because I was always looking for that person to look up to, and I never really had a positive one. Like, I had to learn the hard way that after a couple of years of being attached to somebody, that's not the guy I want to grow up to be. But,
I always have this like conflict in my mind. Like, was I a dumbass as a kid, or was I really smart? Like, did I understand not to cause issues, or was I just like dopey and happy? Like I, I don't have the same. I was never like my son, even the way he talks back and shit,
yeah,
and the stuff that he does like behind my back, like he tries to like be sneaky about some stuff. Like, dude, that was not me at all. My
right,
mom never had to. She never had to look for me.
right.
She never had to wonder if I listened to what she said. Like it was never a question to me. It
Yeah.
was just do what was asked.
I just grew up very feral because, like I said, I didn't have any adult supervision, and when I wasn't having to take care of my sister, my mom didn't have a clue where I was at.
Yeah.
Like I didn't bat an eye at being ride my bicycle 10 miles from home to go someplace I've never even been before. There was times that I remember being nervous if I could remember my way back.
Yeah.
We were so poor. We didn't get in the car and go anywhere but to the grocery store once a week. So I wasn't familiar with this town until late into my adult life. Like, there's still, I can be driving somewhere and you ask me what road I'm on. 75% of the time, I can't tell you. I don't know the name of it. I just know this is how I get to there. But yeah. And then during the summers, she couldn't afford a babysitter, so I spend all my summers with my male cousins in Georgia, and it was even worse there. We got up in the morning, jumped on our bikes, and we didn't come home till 8, 9 o'clock at night every night. Luckily, we never got ourselves into any really bad situations. I mean, we got in bad situations, but luckily none of them were too horrific.
Yeah, I think to kind of talk on that, Derek, a little bit, like I don't remember getting in trouble ever once until I was like in 7th grade.
Yeah.
Where the bus driver talked some shit to me the one day. He said something to me and I didn't like it. And I cut a couple of the seatbelts off and chucked them out the back window.
Yeah.
That was the first time I got in like real trouble with anything. Because if my mom said don't do it, I didn't even think about it. It was just off the list. That's not happening. And if I saw somebody else doing it, I just don't. I wouldn't get involved until I was about in high school. My brother was born, and my mom remarried, or my mom got married for the first time. So I had a stepdad for the first time. That's when I was like, all right, I'm getting home. I'm out of the house. Like,
right.
You guys, like, I almost felt like it was like a separate family now. Like,
yeah.
Like I was like, all right, see you later, Ma. Like, take care of them, do your thing. I'm good. So as soon as I get home, I'm going. I had a paper route at 14. Worked at a deli when I was 15 after school. So like before and after school, I was already working.
Yeah, I didn't have much. Maybe I didn't defy my mom very much as I got older. early teenage years, I got a pretty smart mouth. It took me a long time to realize that I got that way because, like, I remember the first time I got the shit beat out of me. I wasn't mad that I got beat up. I mean, that kid was like 3 years older than me. It was inevitable. He was going to win that fight. That I didn't even know I was in. He just decided to beat me up and did. And I think that really triggered me starting to backtalk, because every time something went wrong in life, I got mad at my mom because I didn't have a dad. Because he'd been gone at that point for several years. But it's weird how stuff like that affects your psyche and who you end up becoming, and
Yeah, it's interesting too. Like, even young, I always thought, like, I never really was like, I wish I had my dad, because I was always like, I wonder how he would mess up what I have.
right.
Like, maybe it's a good thing that he's not around, because, and I got this young. Like, my friends would be like, oh, well, where's your dad? Whatever, birthday parties or whatever, show up and nobody's there because my mom's working or whatever, like, oh, well, where's your dad or whatever the fuck. I never really cared. I was always like, he's not in my way. I see all my other friends complaining about their dads, and
Right.
I'm afraid of I'm afraid of my dad, all this other stuff, and I'm like, man, I don't have to worry about that. Like, I'm lucky as hell.
Right.
I kind of took the positive side on it without even kind of thinking about it.
Yeah, you're right, Derek. It is weird. It's even weirder that you don't gain this knowledge until maybe you're too old to do anything with it.
Yeah, hindsight's 20/20 on purpose.
Yeah.
There'd be a lot of people 6 feet below if you realized earlier. A lot of stuff.
Exactly right. But guys, I got to get off here. I got to get to sleep.
Yeah, man, me too.
4.5 hours.
Never feels like it though, does it?
Does it? And I always look up and I'm like, holy shit.
It's a good thing they got that little kicker up there, because
Yeah.
you wouldn't know.
Well, all right, guys. I appreciate any amount of time y'all spend with me. Bugsy, I appreciate you joining.
No doubt, man.
Peace out, folks.
Paul, Lurker, Derek, peace, guys. Later, chat.
Yeah.
Later,
See you
Edgy.